Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up, please.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King
An
Chaka.
educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active.
Looks like we got us another hit.
You tell her to get away from me. She's crazy.
Choose your destiny.
An educated and united public cannot be controlled. Get organized.
Learn to be active. Investigate both sides of the argument. Come up with your own conclusions.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? KCE, King Chaka.
Hey, how y'all doing out there? How y'all feel? Keduka iri odema. How y'all feeling out there? Y'all feel good? Remember, an educated public cannot be controlled. Learn to be active. The views and events expressed here are totally whack and not necessarily the views of anyone. ¿Cómo estás? Bien, bien, bien. ¿Podemos ayudarnos más? Sí se puede. Don't take my word for it. Look that mess up. Please. Please do. Look that mess up. The name of the show today is Delusion Fed Anger. There's a lot of anger out there, and I sympathize with it. I'm angry. I just think that a lot of the anger is coming from a place where they don't really understand, what's causing the anger. And it also leads to them lashing out in the wrong direction or towards the wrong things because they aren't aware of what's really causing the anger. And the reason why they're not aware of what's causing the anger is because of self-delusions that they have accepted or whatever. And then in the age of the internet and the algorithms and these echo chambers, it doesn't help. It exacerbates the problem because, you kind of seek out a certain validation for your delusions. And it causes you to be more angry, causes you to seek out more, gratification or solidification or solidarity with how you're feeling, which leads to more anger, which leads to more of it's a reoccurring cycle. It's a feedback loop that continues and just gets bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger with no real conclusion, with no real solution. There's no real solution even in mind. It's kind of like you get a pleasure from being angry. It's a distraction. It's a distraction. You don't want to face the reality of situations, so you find solace in your anger, and you hug it, you cuddle it, you coddle it, you nurture it. You know, it's all you have to make you feel alive. You know, with the way things are, you feel like nothing matters. You feel that you can't feel anything, you know, you're just numb. And the anger is, at least it's something. And I completely sympathize with that. I totally understand it. It's just that if you want to find some contentment, if you want to find some feeling of satisfaction, of peace, then you have to go into the realm of reality to find that. You have to get to a point of acceptance. Now, passivism is not what I mean when I say acceptance. Acceptance of the way things are, and then you can move forward in your efforts to make a difference in the world, you know, to make a change to those things that irritate you, those things that you have a problem with. But you can't even get to that point if you can't get to the point of accepting the reality of the situation, because you're shots in the dark. You're just flailing wildly with no, you know, possibility of success at anything. You know, the man to fear the most is the one that's calm, the one that's thoughtful, the one that has something to lose, something he cares about, something he's working on, something he's trying to accomplish. You know, don't cross that man. Don't get in the way of what that man is trying to do. Problems. Problems. Now, society tends to fear the man that has nothing to lose. You know, the lone, I don't know, the lone shooter, the lone ranger, you know, but although that person can be destructive, the system doesn't like that person because they don't feel like they can control that person at all. So, you know, in the idea that this person can't be controlled, that part makes that person dangerous to the system, and therefore the system sees that person as a threat. And he is a threat to the system. But he's not the most dangerous. The most dangerous, like I said, is the guy who does have something to lose, the guy who's not willing to lose that thing. Let's look at the definition of this right quick. I'm most interested in B, the psychology side of it. It says, a persistent false psychotic belief regarding the self or persons or objects outside the self that is maintained despite indisputable evidence to the contrary. So this is a definition of delusion here. It's maintained despite indisputable evidence to the contrary. So when you see things like you feel strongly about something and evidence is presented to the contrary of your belief, overwhelming evidence, and you continue to hold on to that belief, that leads you down the road of delusion. That makes you delusional. And now things make less and less sense to you. So you look around the world and it's like, what the hell is going on? I cannot understand this. Like, what the freak? You know? And that leads to that anger. The first one, it says something that is falsely or delusively believed or propagated under the delusion that they will finish on schedule, delusion of grandeur. So something that is falsely or delusively believed or propagated. You know, when we talk about like our political leaders, if you will, I don't like to even use that word, leaders in politics. They are supposed to be our representatives. They shouldn't be leaders. But you know, when you think about them, and a lot of people like to say like these people are just incompetent, you know, they just don't know stuff, they're ignorant or whatever. That's the reason why they can't do anything. And I'm like, I can't really give them that out. I really can't, because like there may be a few exceptions, but for the most part, you kind of got to know things to get into those positions. Okay. You have to know some stuff. Now, can you be delusional and get into those positions? You know, what is the word I'm looking for? Like, what's the word I'm looking for? The person that, you know, they feel like they're perfect and other people aren't. Like they lie and they mislead others. What is the psychotic condition that I'm thinking of with that? I can't think of the word right now, but those people tend to be the ones that fall into those positions. Doesn't mean that they're ignorant. They just tend to have a psychotic, like a mental flaw, if you will. You know, for some reason, the most horrible people tend to be the ones that end up in these positions. I was watching a video and they were talking about how, you know, the people that seek out these positions, you know, are the very ones we don't really want to have those positions, you know. And I was thinking about a solution to this, and I was like, what if we made it so words, you know, the people that, you know, didn't really want to be in Congress or the House of Representatives or whatever were the ones that we selected or elected to be in those positions. I really think that those people would do a better job. Like if it was something like jury duty, you know, everybody has to sign up, you meet a certain criteria, and you're selected, and you do like a certain amount of time in that position as service to your society, you know, and you rotate these people in and out. And that would be a much better system, I think, than the one that we have presently. I mean, call me crazy. I mean, the chances of something like this actually happening is probably like zip, but it's an idea to try to understand, you know, how we got where we are and why things continue to be the same, you know, regardless of which political party is the ones that are, you know, in power. You know, the people tend to continue to lose. You know, the corporations in the pockets, the lobbying, the insider trading, the corruption left and right. on both sides. But meanwhile, the American people, the people tend to point fingers at the other side. It's their fault. They're the problem. But you get those people out of there, and then the situation persists, and now you're pointing fingers at another side or another group or another person or whatever. When are we going to wake up and realize that, these individuals that we want to place blame on is not the real problem? Like, the system is the problem. So let's read these again. It says, delusion. We're talking about the definition of delusion. Something that is falsely or delusively believed or propagated. A persistent false psychotic belief regarding the self or persons or objects outside the self that is maintained despite indisputable evidence to the contrary. The abnormal state marked by such beliefs. The act of tricking or deceiving someone, the state of being deluded. Yeah, so sometimes the delusion isn't your fault. If you're being lied to, if you're being given misinformation, bad information, that can lead to delusion also. So there's a lot of us that fall in those two camps, the ones where we're deluding ourselves because despite indisputable evidence to the contrary, we still hold certain beliefs, or the information that you're given is by someone who isn't being honest. So yeah, that's the idea of this. We'll talk about some emotional stuff today, some of the topics that I've been avoiding the last couple of shows. And if you can't handle hard truths, exit stage left, exit stage right. These uncomfortable conversations are the ones that need to be had, and that's the only way we can move forward. I really wholeheartedly at the bottom of my heart believe that, and that's the reason why I do this show. So if I can get up here and just talk about Diddy and get clicks, talk about Kendrick Lamar and Drake and get clicks, I could talk about Trump or Biden and I could get clicks. That's not it's going to be just stirring the pot. I mean, you got plenty of that out there. Go ahead and click on another one of those channels and you can get plenty of that. That's not what I'm trying to do here. I'm doing something that's difficult, and it's these difficult subjects and topics that we talk about. It's not going to get me clicks. I look at the analytics all the time, and I know what stuff actually gets clicks and what doesn't. But I mean, I don't care because I don't get a lot of views anyways. I'm not making money off of this anyways. There's no, I don't have any sponsors. There's no money coming in from anywhere. So I try to give informative, opinions, if you will, or whatever, as best as I can. But I'm not going to say I'm not biased. So anyone that's making stuff and they're saying that it's unbiased, I've been seeing that more and more lately. Like everyone's trying to be quote unquote the real news, and unbiased news or whatever. There's no such thing. So if they're saying that, then they are not being honest. They're deluding their audience with that, because as a human, it's impossible really, to be completely unbiased. You have your biases, they're inherent, and whatever views that you have or whatever you say is going to be informed or persuaded or guided or bent by those biases that you have. Now, admitting where you stand is the best thing to do. And then people can, take what you say with a grain of salt and know where you're coming from or whatever, but saying you're unbiased is not very honest. With that said, I tend to come from the left. I tend to be economically conservative and socially liberal, but I tend to be very on the left with a lot of stuff, but I have a lot of followers that are on the right because of the takes that I have on topics, and they'll think that I'm coming from the right, but it's not that. It's just that what is actually true, what is factual, what has indisputable evidence is where I'm going to try to be on topics. I'm not going to let my political affinity delude me to the point where I'm not going to face reality about certain things, So therefore, when people just catch clips of certain things that I say, then they think that I'm hard right. It's not the case. I don't think that anybody really falls comfortably on the left or the right. Everybody is a mix of those. It depends on the topic. It really does. It depends on the topic. Everybody doesn't fall on the left for every single subject, every single topic. No one falls on the right for every single subject or topic. No one does. And the political spectrum wants you to think. They love to simplify things. That's how they can come up with these charts and these statistics, and they're like, suburban white women supported Obama in 2018 or wherever the hell it is, and white collar men supported whatever, da 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 da, and they get these charts and they come up with these analytics or these statistics, and they try to use those to determine certain things or whatever, and they can get information from that, but the accuracy of the polls, everybody knows the polls aren't accurate. Like they can't predict what's going to happen. Like right now it's looking that like Trump is going to win the election if you're looking at polls, but no one knows what's going to happen, like until the day comes and people actually go out and vote and the results come in. Then that's when you'll know what the hell happened, and then you can analyze that data that you get after the fact, and that kind of data is more concrete and more usable, but it's only usable after the fact. Does that make any sense? Humans are more complex than that. You can't put us in boxes like that. There's gray areas to everything. Anyways, let's look at some headlines. Top headline, it says an ultimatum raises pressure on Netanyahu to make post-war plans for Gaza, even as fighting rages. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has come under mounting pressure from his own war cabinet and his country's closest ally over post-war plans for Gaza. Yeah, so what to do with Gaza after this? What to do. They say they're going to destroy Hamas completely. They're going to just, what's going to happen? At some point, they're going to say, victory, we've won or whatever. And we know that that's not the case. It's the same thing that happened in Iraq and Afghanistan. We won, it's over. And come to find out, nope, wasn't really the case. This picture right here says police use water cannon to disperse demonstrators blocking a road during a protest against Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's government and calling for the release of hostages held in Gaza Strip by the Hamas militant group in Tel Aviv, Israel, Saturday, May 18, 2024. Yeah, the media isn't covering very much of this, but within Israel, they are not very happy with Benjamin Netanyahu. And they haven't been even before October 7th. But things are really heating up as far as that's concerned. They want to get him up out of there. He clearly doesn't care about the hostages. So that's the thing. A lot of the family members of the hostages are like, bruh, like, make a deal with these guys and let them freaking get our people back home. Like, that's all we care about. And Benjamin Netanyahu's like, oh no, we have to destroy Hamas. We can't let another October 7th happen again. I understand you're emotional and you want your people back, but that's not my priority. And the people like, F you, bruh. More news. It says members of Israel's war cabinet says he'll quit the government June 8th unless there's a new war plan. They're losing. That's another thing the media is not covering. I mean, they're destroying all of Gaza, and more settlements are happening in the West Bank like crazy because the settlers have weapons and they're doing horrible stuff. But as far as the war initiatives, the what they're trying to accomplish militarily, it's not happening, bro. They're losing. And the media is not covering all of the casualties that's happening on the Israeli side. Recently, it came out, they found the bodies of a couple of the hostages. And that was one of the things that the media kind of is grabbing a hold to and replaying because it's emotional and it's supposed to garner support for the war effort, So like I say, the agendas and biases are everywhere, but that's okay as long as you know what it is. That's why I like to read these headlines. It says trucks are rolling across a new U.S. pier into Gaza. The challenges remain to get enough aid. They spent like, I don't know how many millions of dollars to build this like temporary pier. Like, I don't know if you guys saw that. It's like a military type of deal. And it's built to help the ships dock or whatever. Like, I really don't quite understand the reason for that. It's kind of like them doing the airdrop shipments of food and aid. That's another thing that, like, it doesn't really make sense. It doesn't make sense economically. It doesn't make sense, like, strategically to me. What is it really accomplishing type of deal? Like, let the trucks through and you wouldn't have to build $1 million freaking. I think there's something else going on when it comes to that particular deal. I think that particular deal is a military. It has military reasons for them to build that. They're saying it so that they can give aid better, but I just don't think that's what it is. I don't believe them when they say that. It says, sees the gray wins the Peakness for D. Wayne Lucas and in Mystic Dance Triple Crown Bed. I don't even know what they're talking about there. Trump receives NRA endorsement as he vows to protect gun rights. Well, that's not surprising. Another one says, at Memphis barbecue contest, pitmasters sweat through the smoke to be the best in pork. Okay, that's a world headline there. 706 people named Kyle got together in Texas. It wasn't enough for a world record. Bruh, is it a slow news day? What the heck? Rudy Giuliani was served Arizona indictment papers while leaving 80th birthday party, advisor says. This guy stays in trouble. Taiwan's new president inherits a strong foreign policy position, but political gridlock at home. Yeah, I saw some clips going down my timeline where they were like fighting, physically fighting. I might have a clip on that. They like threw this guy over the crowd, landed on his head. He had to go to the hospital. Crazy, crazy times. Alice Stewart, CNN political commentator and veteran political advisor, dies at 58. Dive team finds bodies of 2 men dead inside plane found upside down in Alaska Lake. Yeah, though that kind of thing happens a lot. Can't get around in Alaska. They don't have the infrastructure. You got to take those little small planes. Yeah, that's scary as hell to me. You got to put all your faith in some guy and his piloting abilities. None of these articles really catch me. I might come back to that. You can't handle the truth.
Where's the apartheid?
This right here is Route 4.
Where's the apartheid?
This right here is Route 4370, nicknamed Apartheid Road, because one side is for Israelis and the other for Palestinians. It allows for illegal Israeli settlers to quickly and easily go between their illegal settlements in the West Bank and Jerusalem, while Palestinians require a permit and need to go through checkpoints. This is a Shahadat Road in the Palestinian city of Al Khalil, also nicknamed Apartheid Road, because Palestinians are quite literally not allowed to use it, while Israeli cars, illegal settlers, and tourists can. Also, the Israeli military randomly imposes curfews and restricts Palestinians' movement around their own homes and neighborhoods. Here are a plethora of checkpoints that Palestinians are subjected to for their most mundane daily tasks and routines, like for work, medical care, education, or religious purposes. And of course, Israelis don't have to go through these. This is a swimming pool in an illegal settlement in the West Bank with water supply roughly 4 times greater than that provided to Palestinian communities, 180 of which don't have access to running water. And what does this lead to? Drying up of the wells, the collapse of farming villages, disappearing crops, and their basic daily needs are not being met. So while illegal settlers are sometimes just a few hundred meters away enjoying swimming pools, Palestinians become forced to work for these settlers who control all of the agriculture. Or Palestinians are forced to move, so just another form of ethnic cleansing. So on top of living under a brutal occupation and harsh military rule, Palestinians are in a vicious cycle of poverty and unemployment. Not to mention, they live under constant threat of house demolitions because they don't have the proper permits. And when they do apply for the proper permits, Israel denies 98% of those applications. Just another thing illegal Israeli settlers don't have to endure. So yeah, there's a little bit of apartheid for you.
Yeah, I follow Michael Rappaport on Instagram, and he's funny sometimes, even when he doesn't mean to be. I think there's the old clip of the people in New York hitting him with snowballs that time. I don't know if that was a setup video or not. Either way, it was really damn funny. And the way he talks about Trump is pretty damn funny. He talks about Biden pretty funny too. But, since October 7th, Rappaport has made a hard right turn, as a result of what happened on October 7th. And yeah, this guy is going down the road of delusion heavily. Comment, it says, yes, Michael Rappaport, the man who didn't breathe a word about being Jewish prior to October and who is now magically a native Middle Easterner. His transformation from Brooklynite to non-indigenous Middle Easterner has been remarkable. Yeah, so now he's always got his, what do they call it? Aqaba? Whatever. Always has his, I think he had his necklace on before a lot, but Now he's like super Jewish. Comment says, please, I need a trigger warning for his face. He's looked like he's gotten old, like since October 7th too. Like he looks like a different person, like he's changed physically. Comment says, I feel like that's the real divide between people. Some people see suffering and want to end it, full stop. Some people need suffering to be proven to them, but there never seems to be enough evidence. Yeah, so that's the thing, like I said, about delusion. And that's what this lady is talking about in this video, because at the beginning of the clip, he went over there and he was like, where is the apartheid? So you could see in that clip in the background who the people were where he was at that time. Like, come on, bro. Like, can we face some reality, bro? Like, checkpoints. Certain people have to go through checkpoints, others don't, you know? Like, what's the definition of apartheid? Like, do we even know what it is? Like, for you to be to the point where you can't see that, then you're delusional. Yeah, he's losing it. It says, dude blocked me. Happy day for me that day. It says, comment says, not just those examples, but also in the city of Jerusalem, Palestinians are always being attacked by the IOF and settlers and not allowed to pray at Al-Aqsa. Most Fridays, they let only 55 and older to enter the mosque. They search every Palestinian while every Israeli and tourist is allowed to roam freely. It's the definition of apartheid right there. You know, when you have laws set up to treat one group different from another. Science is fun. Check this out. It says, it's a meme. A large group of people with the scientists over them, and then one guy by himself. He says, a man who saw a YouTube video, and he says, you are all wrong. You know, this is one of the things I've kind of been talking about. It's like, I feel like there's a disdain for academics, you know, not to say that scientists are always right or whatever, you know, and the funding related to certain research really matters, because who's paying for that research is looking for certain results, and they use the scientists as their, you know, legitimacy or whatever. So there's that. But like it says here, a man who saw a YouTube video, like, you've got people who have spent their life studying a topic, and a guy who watches a freaking TikTok video wants to argue that person down. Like, oh my God, like, how can you possibly go there and be confident? It says, study 3 years for degree, study 3 more for PhD, join lab, start working, spend years studying problem, form hypothesis, gather evidence, test hypothesis, form conclusions, report findings, clear peer review, findings published, reported in press. Guy on internet bullshit. And, you know, I mean, I want to sympathize with people's intelligence, you know, but at the same time, I mean, if someone is like they don't like the term expert. They're like, this person's an expert. It's like, oh, quote unquote expert. It's like, how long have you studied this particular thing? Like, how many books have you read on it? You know, like, how many classes have you sat through on this topic? Like, you know, you can't sit there and belittle the time that this person has spent studying this particular topic, like, and act like he's an idiot. Like, I just don't understand how people can have the gall to be in that position. Yeah, man. A comment, it says, when did we forget that questioning the science is how you do science? True that, exactly. So then there's another reason why you should default to the scientists, the ones that have been questioning things. And when they say peer review, you know, these people are they're trying to poke holes in that person's, hypothesis. They're trying to poke holes in that person's findings. Okay. And if you have a bunch of other smart people that know this particular topic and they're trying to poke holes in it and they can't, then therefore it stands. Okay. That's where questioning the science is a thing. But if you are just a guy on the internet who watched a freaking 15-second reel, bro, come on. I'm gonna move on from that. This one, it says, am I sharing? This one, it says, capitalism has told us that the American dream is becoming a mega millionaire or even billionaire. The American dream should be collectively building a society where nobody starves or goes homeless and everybody is treated equally, fully insured, and paid a living wage. Yeah, so it's all about pull yourself up by your bootstraps, step on whoever you got to step on to get where you want to go. Most people are lazy. They don't want to live well or whatever. So, hoard as much wealth as you can, and that is your measure of success. Your success is measured by how much money you have made or whatever. And even though that's what's sold to us, a lot of people do not believe that. A lot of people do not follow that. Anyone that's a teacher, they're not doing it to be a billionaire, a mega millionaire. So, anyone that, works in social work, they're not doing that to be a billionaire or mega millionaire. Yeah, so collectively, it says the American dream should be collectively building a society where nobody starves or goes homeless or everybody is treated equally, fully insured, and paid a living wage. Like, it's like, oh, that's communism. That's not communism. Like, shouldn't we want, because no matter who we are, if you're striving to be that billionaire, that mega millionaire, let's say you fail. Let's say you fall down. You open businesses and they fail. You don't make it to the mega millionaire or the billionaire or whatever. Wouldn't it be nice to have a system that wouldn't allow you to fall so far that you would be rummaging through dumpsters for your dinner, exposed to the ravages of society, exposed to the freezing temperatures or the extreme heat, even after failing, still being able to raise a family, have health care and daycare. What is wrong with that? What is wrong with that? You can still strive to be that billionaire, that mega millionaire, or whatever, but you have systems set up so that no one, no matter what, is starving or homeless. That people are treated fairly in the law. Everyone is held accountable in the law, regardless of how much money they have. Whatever, call me crazy. It says everyone is 3 bad weeks away from losing everything, but never 3 good weeks away from being a billionaire. So that quote right there, I'm gonna copy this. It it shows that most of us are closer to being homeless than we are to being a billionaire. Like almost everyone, probably 90% of us are infinitely closer to being homeless than to be a billionaire. You know, things go wrong, you lose your job, you have a death in the family, you have a health issue, you know, you can't work, you know, you get hurt, your job goes out of business. I mean, there's a long list of things that's completely out of your control that could land you in this position of rummaging through the dumpster. And you're like, I would never. And those people that are homeless, they want to be homeless. Those people that rummage in the dumpster want to rummage the dumpster. I have friends, you know, I can rely on or whatever. Okay. You know, what if all your friends work for the same company and they all get laid off? Like that's crazy talk. Freaking Tesla just laid off what, 5,000 people, I want to say it was. I think that was in Austin alone. Google just laid off a whole bunch of people. I mean, go down the list. It's crazy. Like the tech industry, they moved around to, like, a lot of them came to Texas because it's cheaper. They not as many regulations, and you know, it's like how they use the South of the United States. They use it the same way that they use, like, quote unquote third world countries. I don't like to use that term, but I use it because people understand what I'm saying. But they use the South like third world country in that they can find cheaper labor, they have lower regulations, they can get away with more stuff, you know. So that's what they do. But as soon as the winds change, then, and a lot of times what they do, they'll hire a bunch of people to get a certain initiative done. And once that project is completed, lay all those folks off, you know, and then we'll wait a little while, and then we'll do another hiring phase. There's no loyalty. It's like they expect you to have loyalty to the company, but the company doesn't have any loyalty to you. So, like, why should I be loyal to you if you don't have any loyalty to me? If you can't give me any job stability, can you ensure me some job stability? And then therefore I can give you an obligation to stay with you guys. I saw a video where it was a guy who went through the drive-through, and he offered the guy, like, I don't know how much was the money. It was $100,000, I think it was. Yeah, I think that's the number. $100,000 to quit his job right then. And the guy was like, no, you know, I can't leave my coworkers, you know, assed out like that. So he refused. The owner of the company saw the video and ended up giving the guy $25,000 for his loyalty to the company. But it was like majority of the comments underneath the video was saying, you know, this guy took an L. He could have got $100,000. He got $25,000. Now, I am on the fence with this. I mean, I have to say the clear right answer is to take the $100,000. Okay, I got to say that. But at the same time, you know, I totally sympathize with the idea of his coworkers, this camaraderie. You know, it's not about the company per se. It's about the people that I work with and what they're going to have to go through as a result of me leaving. You know, and I think a lot of people who have a heart, you know, think that way. You know, it's kind of like what they say, like the guys that are in the military, and it's like you're fighting a war or whatever, and it's like you're fighting for that guy that's standing next to you, you know. And I completely get that. I totally understand that. Like, you know, I don't want this guy next to me to die. Like, it's kind of like, you know, it's a natural thing for humans to be altruistic, you know, and I keep fighting to ensure that the guy on the left of me and the guy on the right of me stays alive, you know. If I go down, or if I retreat or run away, and then the guy left to me, the guy to right to me, they die, you know, it's like I can take some blame in that, you know. If I would have kept fighting, maybe they would have stayed alive. I mean, I'm taking it to an extreme point, but it's the same idea, you know, leaving your coworkers assed out, going through it, you know, in the trenches. Let's read another comment. It says, that is the premise on which the U.S. was founded. It's why many of the contributors to the U.S. Constitution left Britain in the first place to found a new republic with similar principles to the new French Republic. The people with all the money managed to change that for you all and revert back to the elitist principles of which European monarchies and empires have run for centuries. You know, Republican democracy, representative democracy, or whatever is the system that we have over here. But, and I've said this before, but in a lot of ways, I think it reflects the monarchy system that the Europeans were trying to get away from, you know, even though like the way the Constitution is written in a way to try to keep from that happening. As time has gone on, they've found ways to make it be that way, even within the confines of the Constitution, because it's so distorted, you know. It's so corrupted, you know. I think there's some fatal flaws in the Constitution that allowed for us to get to the point that we are in today. And people want to be so hard on like, oh, the Constitution, the greatest document in the world, and da 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 da. You know, I think there's some flaws, some fundamental flaws within it that has led us to the point that we're in today. Because, you know, they didn't really want, you know, a lot of people have a problem with like direct democracy, and then they're going to say that it's mob rule or whatever. And I kind of sympathize with that. But I think that the way the Constitution was written, they really just wanted a few to be making all the decisions. And that's how we've gotten where we are today. It's a result of the way that the Constitution was written. But it has gone further than, you know, the guys who wrote the Constitution had in mind. You know, there's no way that they could have imagined the world of 2024, you know. There's no way that they could have. So you can't completely blame them in a way, but because they wanted a certain select group to be the ones who are dictating things, that was the fundamental flaw in the system. This comment says, IMHO, the true and best arm of capitalism is to get more capital into more hands, thereby achieving maximum growth. What we are experiencing is a deeply adulterated version, co-opted by malevolent kleptocrats, abetted by corrupt bureaucracies. You know, I would agree with that. And I don't understand why. One of the things that don't make sense to me is like, you have a product or a service and you need consumers for that product or service. Why would you advocate for people not making enough money, like people having just enough money just to pay their basic bills? Who's going to pay for your products or services? It seems like you're shooting yourself in the foot. It seems like you're working against your best interest. If people were paid more, what do you think they're going to do with that freaking money? Like, you know, that guy that's working at the drive-through window who's getting paid $7.65 or something like that an hour, $7.85. I don't know what it is. It's less than $8, the minimum wage, and a lot of people are getting paid that. Like, a lot of $8 or $8.25 or $8.50 or whatever the hell. But that person that's getting paid $8.50, if you paid that person $12, $13, $15 an hour or whatever, what do you think they're going to do with their money? Would it not benefit these corporations to advocate for these people to be paid more so that they can make more sales for their products and services? I really don't understand the logic of pushing against people getting paid more when you have businesses that rely on people spending money at your business. Like, I don't get it. I really don't. It doesn't make sense to me. Help me understand. Really rich people aren't going to freaking McDonald's, bro. They're not going to, I don't know, like Sonic or Subway. They're not freaking, they don't buy a car every year. They're not buying houses. Like, they already have this stuff. They're not buying refrigerators all the time. Like, help me understand. It's the people at the bottom that drive the economy. I mean, like, there's no argument. There's no argument. The money that gets spent is the poor folks. They're spending all the money. When you're looking at the freaking S&P 500 or whatever, you're looking at stock market, that's driven by poor people, bro. Another comment, it says, and the wealthy need to pay some taxes, period. They got lots of loopholes. Another comment says, how many homeless families does it take to make one billionaire? Another comment says, can't have rich folks without poor folks. So, I think that's the thing right there. Like, people want that separation, right? That's why they feel like, oh, it's communism. Everybody's going to be the same. I need a gulf of separation from those lazy, dirty, integral non-humans. I have to have exorbitant wealth. I have to have a yacht that I park inside of my yacht. Therefore I can have this real separation from these folks. Like, so that's what it's about, right? If everybody was at least comfortable, then the people wouldn't feel value in their wealth. What is the value of my wealth if the poor folks have the same quality of healthcare that I have? What's the quality of my wealth if poor folks eat as good as I do? They didn't work hard for this wealth like I did, even though I got a trust fund and was born with whatever. Another comment says, should start in Congress to close loopholes for the wealthy, including the write-off for yachts and all the incentives to offshore money. Another comment, it says, the American dream is literally just working a job that can afford you a house and support a family. And I think that most people will be okay with that situation. If you could comfortably pay your bills, if you could take a couple vacations a year, if you had decent health care, if you could afford daycare, if you could afford your gym membership, the cardio kickboxing, I think most people would be good with that, but unfortunately that's not true for most people. Most people are just making ends meet. They're making enough to pay their bills and that's it. Now, you could say that these people are living beyond their means, And in a lot of cases, or in some cases, that may be true. And then you could say first world problems or whatever, looking at people on the other side of the world, and they're like, you're doing better than most of the people in the world. And that's true. That is true, actually. But that isn't a justification for the situation. That doesn't justify the fact that you have these corporations feeding on people like crazy. Ever since COVID, the profits have been through the roof. And people are paying more at the pump. They're paying more for groceries. That doesn't justify, price gouging people, making rent so through the roof for a decent place. So, when they're saying that someone is living beyond their means or whatever, a person doesn't want to live in a slum village, and then they're like, oh, that's first world problems. I mean, I just don't want to live in a building with mold and crackheads and needles and unsafe environment, trash everywhere. And so for me to be able to live somewhere that's decent, now I'm living beyond my means because the amount of the rent is, 40% of my income. I have to make a decision to either live in squalor and be within my means, or push it to the edge so that I'm not living in squalor. So why do they have to be this huge? Why is it so many buildings that are freaking slums? Why can't the basic housing be decent? It doesn't have to be this way. A couple more comments. It says, throw in education everyone can afford. Another one that says, greed kills the heart, soul, and body. Another one that says, the task at hand here is convincing people that's not being a commie. And no matter what we say, and it's because of the McCarthyism, it's because of the brainwashing is so thorough. People are so afraid of being communists. They don't even understand the word. Everybody has health care. That's communism. If we have trains, high-speed rail, that's communism. If everybody could go to college, that's communism. I need a voice break. Let me see. Democracy Now. The freaking Young Joy Gray made some good points about the liberals. Like, they suck, man. The damn liberals, bro. Like, stand on something, bro. Like, why are you so squishy? Why you don't have no spine? Like, you are the worst. You are the ones who uphold the status quo. You're not pushing for nothing but things to stay exactly the same. Let's play some of this. You are the reason why Trump is going to win.
Brianna, what's on your radar?
Well, Robbie,
With the election fewer than 6 months away and Biden facing a disastrous poll showing him losing in 5 out of 6 swing states, we are entering the Democratic Party's favorite season. That's right, it's left punching season.
Yeah.
The time of year where all of the Democratic Party's failures are heaped on liberals' most beloved scapegoat, progressives. Hillary Clinton officially launched left punching season in a viral MSNBC appearance last week, in which she castigated young people for not knowing enough about the history of the Middle East to understand why they should support Israel's murder of 14,000 children in an indiscriminate bombing campaign, the killing and torturing of doctors and humanitarian aid workers, and the collective punishment of 2.3 million people by denying them food and medical aid.
I have had many conversations, as you have had, with a lot of young people over the last many months now. And you're right, they don't know very much at all about the history of the Middle East, or frankly, about history in many areas of the world, including in our own country.
Yeah, the kids, they don't know stuff. They're just going to college and freaking getting a degree in zero. Like, they don't know anything. They don't understand nothing. Like, even though they freaking sitting through classes and reading a bunch of books, like, they don't know anything. That's the whole reason to go to higher education, is to learn more stuff. Like, so, and then when people do that, they say, you know, oh, you don't know stuff. Let me see if I can find the rest of that clip. You know, because then you had the New York lady who was saying that black people don't know what a computer is. It's like, black people live in the Bronx. She was like, black people in the Bronx, they don't even know what a computer is. Like, are you comfortable? How comfortable are you saying that? Like, how confident are you in that? You know, how detached are you from reality to be able to just sit there and say that shit? Let me see, Hillary Clinton. Did it pop up? Hold on. Hillary Clinton on Palestine, Israel. Is that it? Is that the clip? It was on CNN. Hold on. Oh no, that's not it. Hold on, y'all. Give me a second. Hillary Clinton on. She was talking about the protesters. Let's see. Is this one the students protest Hillary Clinton? No, that's not it. Hold on. TYT. I kind of want the video itself. It was on MSNBC. Hold on, y'all. MSNBC. Is this it? This might be it.
I want everybody to know what I'm about to talk to you about happened before October 7th. I'm going to talk about radicalism on college campuses. Sort of radicalism that has mainstream students getting propaganda, whether it's from their professors or whether it's from communist Chinese government through TikTok, calling the President of the United States Genocide Joe, calling you and President Clinton war criminals, actually stopping the naming of a building after Madeleine Albright because they claim, professors claim, some of the same professors that took part in the most radical elements of the protests over the past couple of weeks, called Madeleine Albright a war criminal. And we're still waiting for the building for Foreign Service to be renamed after Madeleine Albright. Here with first Secretary of State, that's a woman, made history, just like you made history. But you've got mainstream college students. I know, because I've talked to a lot of college students over the past year or two. They have this radicalized view of the Middle East, a radicalized view of American public servants like yourself, Madeleine Albright, President Clinton, Joe Biden, can name Republican presidents as well. And there's this radicalization. And I just want to know, first of all,
is it a radicalization, or is it that these people aren't following the status quo? They aren't accepting the narrative that has been given to them. You know, is it radicalization, or is it that these kids are studying stuff and understanding things and reading things and like looking at the world, you know, through a lens of understanding, you know, how things happen, you know, are those, you know, and then I don't like how you want to put all of them in the same group. So you're saying that the students, you know, all of these students that go to universities or colleges are being radicalized, and all of these professors are radicalizing these students, like, you know, that there goes that idea related to the conspiracy theories that is way too complex to be real. Because how many college campuses do we have? How many university campuses do we have? How many professors do we have? How many students do we have? And you're going to put these people all in the same boat and comfortably say that shit?
It's distressing. What do we do about it?
Oh my
So
God.
public servants aren't taught that American leaders are war criminals and that Joe Biden's not Genocide Joe, quite the opposite. And secondly, the stupidity of the slogans that ignore all the history since 1948 about what the United States has tried to do, about what you tried to do, about what President Clinton tried to do in bringing a two-state solution about. I remember when you talked.
And by the way, I've sat in a lot of classes, and I've never been in a class that said, you know, Joe Biden was a war criminal or Hillary Clinton was a war criminal. I've never sat in a class, and the kind of classes that I have are the ones that you would think would be those. And no, I've never sat in a class that has said any professor has said any kind of shit like this.
Talked about a two-state solution, and it was considered radical. They couldn't believe, oh my God, Hillary Clinton actually is talking about a two-state solution. She hates Israel. And now that's been flipped to you're a war criminal. Madeleine Albright's a war criminal. Bill Clinton's a war criminal. Joe Biden. It's disgusting. And I want you to tell us what needs to be done, what you would hope would be done, one. Number two, how do we get Madeleine Albright's name on that building?
Oh, why is that
because she's been slandered in death. She's been slandered in death. A public servant who escaped the Holocaust, gave her entire life to the United States of America, and has been slandered in death by extremists, I'm sorry, funded by Qatar. And number three, I told you we were moving past therapy set.
There goes the conspiracy theory shit, like funded by Qatar. What evidence do you have to support that? And why do you care so much about Madeleine Albright's name being on the side of a building? Why does that mean so much to you?
And number three, maybe this will get on YouTube if the communist Chinese will allow it to get on YouTube. Please,
oh my God,
tell any students.
The communist China controls the stuff that comes on YouTube. Like, how the hell could they possibly do that? Like, I guess they call me up and tell me what to not put on YouTube. Like, YouTube is owned by Google. That's an American company. Where does this stuff come from?
Watching what President Clinton and you put together in 2000 in the Oslo Accords. You gave the Palestinians a pathway to peace, and they were scared to take it because they knew they would be slaughtered by Hamas.
Wow, I don't know where to start, Joe, but you
Go ahead.
Yeah, okay.
The Palestinian people will be slaughtered by Hamas. I haven't seen any evidence to support that either. Like, where is that? I saw a video earlier today too, where this chick was saying, none of the food is going to make it to the people because Hamas is going to take it. Like, where is the evidence that supports that shit? We have evidence of the contrary. Clearly, the videos are going down your screen daily. I don't see any evidence to support this.
Well, I want to make a couple of quick points because you raised, things that, need to be vented about. First of all, I have had many conversations, as you have had, with a lot of young people over the last many months now. And you're right. They don't know very much at all about the history of the Middle East, or frankly, about history in many areas of the world, including in our own country. But with respect to the Middle East, they don't know that under the bringing together of the Israelis and the Palestinians by my husband, the then Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, the then head of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, then the Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat. An offer was made to the Palestinians for a state on 96% of the existing territory occupied by the Palestinians, with 4% of Israel to be given to reach 100% of the amount of territory that was hoped for. And this offer was made. And if Yasser Arafat had accepted it, there would have been a Palestinian state now for about 24 years. It's one of the great tragedies of history that he was unable to say yes. My husband has a book coming out later this year, Joe, in which he talks about how Arafat kept saying he intended to agree, he wanted to agree, but he was, as you rightly point out, pretty sure he'd be killed because, Sadat was killed by extremists when he made peace with Israel. Our dear, dear friend, Yitzhak Rabin, was killed by a radical Israeli when he was pursuing the two-state solution. So this is a very important piece of history to understand if you're going to take any kind of position with respect to what's going on right now. And there's much more that we could go into, as you say, since 1948, but I mean, you could literally go back thousands of years. The important point I want to emphasize, though, is propaganda is not education. Propaganda, on whether it's TikTok or in the classroom, is actually the opposite of education. Anybody who is teaching in a university, or anyone who is putting content on social media, should be held responsible for what they include and what they exclude. And so much of what we're seeing, particularly on TikTok, about what's going on in the Middle East is woefully false, but it's also incredibly slanted, pro-Hamas, anti-Israel. And it is, not any place where anyone should go to get information about complex matters like what is going on there. So we have to do a much better job in trying to, number one, teach history at all levels. That's why I love SUFS, because it's about our history. It's a part of history we didn't all study and learn about.
I agree with
but
that
it's
part.
also important that we recognize the propaganda value of social media. People are on social media oftentimes to press an agenda, an ideological, a religious, a financial, a political, a partisan agenda. And so, of course, you don't get the facts. Of course, you don't get any kind of context. And we have to do a better job ourselves. And we certainly have to do a better job with young people in trying to help them understand how to filter and interpret the information they're giving. And I think we also need to do a better job in our classrooms, particularly at the college and university level, not to fall into, easy absolutes. You're either this or you're that. You're for, you're against. Life is too complicated. History certainly is.
I agree with
so
that part.
I agree that we've got to do something to, stand against a lot of these false narratives. And with respect to my dear friend, Madeleine Albright, she deserves to have anything and everything named for her.
Yes.
She lived the 20th century. She fled first from the Nazis, and then after returning to what was Czechoslovakia with her family, she had to flee the Soviet communists. She exemplifies what freedom means. She demonstrates what a great refuge America has been for people seeking freedom. And heaven forbid, if we don't protect this democracy, this Constitution, our values, our institutions against false narratives, against demagogic wannabe authoritarian leaders, shame on us. But let's not forget people who helped us get to where we are and where I hope we will always be here in this country. And Madeleine Albright was certainly one of those whom I admire greatly.
The more I hear her talk, the more I think about how people were saying the reason why they wanted to ban TikTok was because of the information and stuff that the people were sharing on the TikTok. So like listening to her, the way she's talking makes me think that that is the reason. That's the real reason why they wanted to ban TikTok. It was too much information coming out on there that they couldn't, control. Hold on. I want to chop up some of her points that she made in here. Hold on.
The bringing together of the Israelis and the Palestinians by my husband, the then Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, the then head of the Palestinian Liberation Organization, then the Palestinian Authority, Yasser Arafat. An offer was made to the Palestinians for a state on 96% of the existing territory occupied by the Palestinians, with 4% of Israel to be given to reach 100% of the amount of territory that was hoped for. And this offer was made. And if Yasser Arafat had accepted it, there would have been a Palestinian state now for about 24 years.
Yeah, I don't know about that. And why would the people believe them anyways on that? Like, anyways, I want to be careful on that.
It's one of the great tragedies of history that he was unable to say yes. My husband has a book coming out later this year, Joe, in which he talks about how Arafat kept saying he intended to agree, he wanted to agree, but he was, as you rightly point out, pretty sure he'd be killed because, Sadat was killed by extremists when he made peace with Israel. Our dear, dear friend, Yitzhak Rabin, was killed by a radical Israeli when he was.
So you've got sabotage for that Palestinian state, basically coming from both sides based on what she was saying here. An Israeli extremist killed Israeli person to sabotage the Palestinian state, and you had Islamic extremists killing the Islamic leader to sabotage the Palestinian state. Basically, that's what she was saying there. So, but that doesn't fit what they're saying overall about how if Arafat had just accepted the proposal, there would have been a Palestinian state for 24 years, basically what she's saying. So those two points are not reconcilable.
Was pursuing the two-state solution. So this is a very important piece of history to understand if you're going to take any kind of position with respect to what's going on right now. And there's much more that we could go into, as you say, since 1948, but I mean, you could literally go back thousands of years. The important point I want to...
No, that part either. Like, you could literally go back thousands of years. No, that doesn't fit. That doesn't work. That is, now you're throwing in the Bible. So now we're calling the Bible a historical document, that doesn't work.
emphasize, though, is propaganda is not education. Propaganda, on whether it's TikTok or in the classroom, is actually
propaganda. She mentioned TikTok. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Propaganda is not education, but who determines what propaganda is? If the state, if it's something that's going against the state, and the state determines that that is propaganda, does that mean that it's propaganda? So what about the information that's coming from the state? You know, and I don't know where the clip is where she was saying that the media is covering pro-Hamas. Most of the media is covering pro-Hamas stuff. Where the hell is she getting that from? Like, that is not what I see. I see it on social media. I see, you know, pro-Palestinian stuff on social media. But as far as the major news networks, most of that stuff is pro-Israel. Clearly, without a doubt. There was a paper that came out talking about that not that long ago. How, you know, they were talking about the New York Times specifically, that they should apologize and they should do retractions and they should come back about the coverage that they have been doing since October 7th. So no, the major media, what everyone is seeing, the official media is clearly overwhelmingly pro-Israel.
the opposite of education. Anybody who is teaching in a university or anyone who is putting content on social media should be held responsible for what they include and what they exclude.
Completely agree. So can we hold the New York Times accountable? Can we hold the Washington Post accountable? Can we hold MSNBC accountable for what they include and what they don't include? You know, when they do a story that you find out wasn't true, they can't just do some small little retraction that nobody is going to see. They need to come out and do a whole ass story about correcting that information. Because what happens is when they do a misleading story and it becomes big and it gets shared over and over again, the public doesn't see the retraction. The public doesn't see them saying that they were wrong. You need to make that as big as the original story was, so that enough people can see that the original story was wrong, you know? And people need to be held accountable for this kind of stuff too. If you have published stories that are completely unfounded, then you should be held accountable for that. You should lose your job at the very least. You and everyone know that you're a freaking liar. Anyways, that is getting me emotional. Let's go back to Brianna Joy Gray. She's much better to look at than Hillary Clinton. Doesn't it look like Hillary Clinton's got like the Joker freaking like cut on her face? Like, I'm not trying to be mean or whatever. It's just what happened to her face.
Meanwhile, over the weekend, perennial left puncher Jonathan Chait penned a column for New York Magazine titled "In Defense of Punching Left: The Problem with Solidarity." In it, he takes on a new book by leftist Astra Taylor and Leah Hunt Hendricks called Solidarity, in which they argue that too often liberals seek to legitimize their positions by punching left, distancing themselves from social movements to make themselves appear reasonable by comparison, which only strengthens the hands of conservatives and pulls the political center to the right.
And that's funny, you know, that the other video that I just played, this was Morning Joe, and he's supposedly on the left. I would call him a liberal. And that was exactly what him and Hillary Clinton was doing in that video, is exactly what Brianna Joy Gray is explaining right now. You know, punching left, punching at the progressives. You know what I'm saying? They are the problem. You know, like, you know, they are the problem. That's what we need to focus on. These extreme left folks, you know, that won't let us put, you know, old girl's name on the side of the building. Like, you, and you wonder, like I say, you wonder why people end up on the right, you know, as a result of this shit, you know, like though they disenfranchise the progressives, you know what I mean? The people striving for social change, and they leave them with a feeling of hopelessness, and so then they want to throw a freaking Molotov cocktail in the whole system as a result. And that's what happened. What's his name? The guy who did Bowling for Columbine or whatever. He was one of the first ones that had a big voice that was saying that Trump was going to win that first time. And he said that the people just wanted to, you know, give a FU to the system. And that's the reason why they voted for Trump, you know, FU, like they just wanted to throw a bomb in the system, you know. And I think he was right. I really do. And a lot of people are saying that. And it's happening again. They don't learn.
I detect no lies there. But that didn't stop Chait from writing a lengthy column that unwittingly corroborates Taylor and Hunt Hendricks' argument that left punching is empty virtue signaling, insofar as Chait's argument failed to articulate a single rational basis for punching left. Now, of course, it's true that no movement or political orientation is above criticism, but the left's complaint isn't merely about being critiqued. Our complaint is that left punching by liberals is a performative strategy used to deflect blame for the Democratic Party's own failures into a largely powerless but increasingly popular populist left.
Like, oh my God, like their own failures is the reason why they're in the position that they're in. And that's the reason why I say all the time, like the Democrats, they get paid to lose. Like they want to lose. Like, I mean, that's the only conclusion I could come to, because they could win easily in these elections if they embrace the stuff that she's talking about here, like the progressive issues, you know, the stuff that the majority of Americans believe in, you know, that agree with, you know what I'm saying? They could easily embrace those ideas and win easily. So, but no, I'd rather, you know, ostracize these people and try to get the center left folks or whatever, or the center right folks to vote for me or whatever, and preserve the status quo and not have very much change. Like, even though you have so many people out here who wants dramatic change, this incremental change bullshit just leaves us in the same spot that we've been in and going into the same direction that we've been going in, you know? So yeah, like, their failures is the reason. And then they want to point and blame the progressives for their failures.
Liberal criticism of the left is rarely substantive or principled. In fact, left-punching liberals often defensively insist that they agree with the left on 99% of things, even as they disparage us. They insist we share the same ideals, that they are, in fact, progressives too. Indeed, in his piece, Chait balks at Taylor and Hunt Hendricks' suggestion that Democrats are torn between doing right by their constituents and appeasing their corporate wing. As Chait puts it, quote, "It would surprise any liberal to learn we have no desire to redistribute wealth, tackle climate change, or advance social justice, and only care about corporations and the status quo." Well, the difference between liberals and the left, Chait argues, is that unlike the left, liberals are simply more pragmatic. They understand the real stakes here. In this case, the election of 2024. And coincidentally, I would point out the 2020 election, the 2016 election, and every election of my lifetime is the most important one. They say there's an existential threat to democracy, abortion rights, civil rights, voting rights, kids in cages, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And because of this, Progressives, they say, must hold their nose and vote blue no matter who.
And that's what they say every time. It makes me want to throw up. And that's the reason why I can't agree with them. And I'm not going to go with that shit. And I just won't participate. If you tell me I have to choose between stir fry shit and baked shit, then I'm not making a selection. And I'm sorry if I end up, if people feel like I'm the reason why one side or the other wins or whatever. I don't care. I don't give a damn. Like, give me something to vote for instead of something to vote against. You know, I mean, what did she say? She said something really good right here. Hold on, let me take it back.
Right to democracy, abortion right.
Oh yeah, like every damn election is the most important. It's the most important election of your lifetime. The world's gonna come to an end if you don't go and vote for my candidate. You know what I'm saying? Like every time they say the same shit. And it's like you're throwing your vote away if you vote for third party or independent. This election is too important for you to do that. It's like, well, damn, y'all keep saying that shit. If last election or in the election before that and the election before that, more people voted for third party, then maybe they could get match funding and actually have some competition. And we actually have another option other than the two dominant parties.
No,
but you keep on
the problem is the only option they're giving us on the independent is Republican light or Democrat light.
I can't even argue with that.
There's no candidate that I have seen yet actually embraces what I consider the middle. Well, Kennedy was trying to do it until they got to him. And he completely backed off of half of what he was saying, ran screaming, and left the Democratic Party. They got to him, too.
Yeah,
I'm worried about Breonna here. Have you noticed that she's got that Forrest Whitaker look?
Yeah,
it looks like she might have had a minor stroke or heart attack.
A light stroke. Yeah, man, I noticed that too. I was watching it in this video right here. I was thinking the exact same thing, but it could just be.
I just looked up and it didn't say anything, so
it could just be how she's. It could just be how she's using her facial expressions.
Have you noticed that they sent Pelosi to rehab?
No, I didn't hear that.
Okay, right after her husband got attacked. Which, by the way, the guy just got like 20 or 30 years for doing it. She stepped down from House, vanished, and then came back. If you count the days, it was like 30 or 60 days she was gone. They put her in rehab, man.
Yeah.
Because if you take a look at her now, she's not glassy-eyed, shaking, and frail. She's got some color to her.
Yeah,
she's got a little more power in her voice.
I noticed that too. She looks better.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. I don't care what they say. The woman just spent some time in rehab. You don't get that much better that quick without a lot of help.
Well, I don't know. It could be that $7 million she made in the last month. I want to say with insider stock trading. That'll give you some color.
Their money makes itself. I mean, anytime she gets on a plane and goes somewhere that's not her home or Washington, her husband makes $3 to $5 million. Yeah.
Well, not, her husband is one thing, but this one is in her name. And, I covered it yesterday. I think I did.
Well, and he's got control of her stuff. It might be in her name, but she's technically she has no say in how it's run.
Yeah, bullshit. And freaking information that she's preview to on these companies and then making stock trades. If you're on Robinhood or whatever, one of those smaller or the ones for regular folks like you and me, they put a limit on the amount of trades that you can make or whatever. Like, they keep you from being able to buy, sell or whatever. They'll be like, you've reached your limit for this time period.
Free trades. What they do then is they start charging you normal trade prices for them after that, or at least a couple of them do.
Yeah.
They give you so many free trades, and then you pay for them just like a normal stock person would have to pay for them.
Yeah, so I don't know. That's just the way that system is geared, to high end traders and against low
Oh,
end
that's like
traders.
somebody the other day put that meme up. When 45 was in office, it was 19,200 trading on the Nasdaq. Today, it's hit 40,000 for the first time ever. Things are going better. I said, by what measure? All that tells me is more rich people are trading more stocks than they ever were before.
Yeah, and I saw those headlines, and they're saying that we're heading into a recession, and you know that actually, even though that's up or whatever, that could be an indication of that. You know what
Can
I
I
mean?
tell you how I know things are going to get bad? All the big companies are closing down restaurant chains. You don't close down restaurant chains if you think Americans are going to have disposable money soon.
Mm-hmm.
You close them down when you know there's not going to be disposable money soon.
Yeah, man.
I mean, I'm serious. I've talked to some people about this, and they all agree. When they start closing down stores, like specialty stores, like Spencer's Gifts and
they closed
record
down
stores,
those Dollar Generals and Dollar Trees or whatever.
well, that's another thing. That's the medium corporate. That's the medium grocery stores and the bigger grocery stores trying to get rid of the competition on the low end. And then as soon as there's none of those little dollar stores and stuff left, bam, all of a sudden their generics and stuff are going to go up to just below full retail pricing of brand names. And then all the other brand names are going to go up because now there's no place you can get them on the cheap.
It's really weird though. I mean, I don't know about that, but it seems like if it's a downturn in the economy, if you had a economic model like the Dollar Tree or whatever, the downswing of the economy would benefit your business model. You know what I'm saying?
If you can shut those out where you're only making 20 cents on an item, and then turn around and your grocery stores are now going to make 60 and 80 cents on the same item at the same cost to you, because they don't have that $1 or $1.25 minimum price anymore. They can mark theirs at $2.99 and still be 50 cents or $1 less and still be the cheap price in town instead of going to a dollar store. So they can close those down, not pay the rent, not pay the people, all of that, and then turn around. Plus, a lot of those were actually not American owned.
I want to read this comment. It says, "Can we hold Hillary accountable for false claims of Russian interference, or maybe saying the election between her and 45 was rigged?" I mean, I think that's a fair thing. Like, she was up there saying that we need to hold people accountable for misinformation and disinformation. Okay, well, damn.
That's when I typed that in. I was still trying to get on.
Yeah, so
like, well, shit, you want to hold people accountable? Yes, stand up and hold accountability, or at least go, "I was
my
wrong.
bad. I was wrong. I fucked up."
You can even say, "Fuck him. I'm not sorry, but I was wrong. I'm not sorry. Fuck Trump." And don't clip that out of please don't clip that out of context.
Yeah. So freaking she should be held accountable too, or at least admit to being wrong. I mean, but these people aren't going to do that.
Here's the thing. Everyone thinks Brianna is just this right kind of person. No, she walked away, dude. She was Bernie Sanders' campaign manager.
Yeah, and she
press
talked
manager.
Shit. She was the press. Yeah, she would have been White House press secretary if he won.
She's very, very left oriented, and they offended her and pissed her off so bad that she started swinging right.
Yeah, well, she talked shit about
Oh, she talked shit about both sides.
Yeah, but what I was gonna say was, damn it, the one that she was working for. Why come my brain just went blank? Sanders. She talks shit about Sanders now, and she's not happy about the direction that he's going into. And she said she feels like, she was kind of sold wolf tickets on the whole thing when she was along with the campaign. I like that when people can say they were wrong or they were misled or whatever. Like, that shows integrity, character.
Bernie's in the same situation Joe is. He's got a few good ideas and he's not coming from a bad place, but the people around him have got him pushed so far out on that limb that he might as well be by himself, because as soon as that branch starts to crack, they're all going to bail on him and leave him to fall.
Yeah.
I mean, and Biden will never stand trial for anything that has gone on. Everyone wants Trump to stand trial, but Biden's never going to stand trial.
Mm.
He's going to be declared mentally unfit for trial the day after he's no longer president.
Mm.
I mean, one of the district attorneys with this Hunter stuff going around, how they were saying they had Biden nailed in this. He refused to prosecute it, not because he didn't have the evidence, but quote unquote, it will be difficult to convince a jury that sweet elderly grandpa with memory loss is actually guilty of what happened.
Yeah.
Could actually be. So he didn't say he was incompetent to stand trial. He just said, I could not convince a jury that this man, is in the right place to have done that.
Yeah, I want to play some more of this video, but speaking of mental incompetence, I was wondering why Kennedy allowed for that story. Wasn't he the one who said that about the worm eating a part of his brain or whatever and dying or whatever? And it's like, the way they do, especially during these political years and political campaigns, it seems to me like stories like that don't come out until after the campaign. Like, that sounds like that wouldn't be good for his campaign.
Like the whole Stormy Daniels thing that they're flipping around now. All of a sudden, she's in court saying how she was intimidated and felt pressured and was cornered and stuff like that. When just a few years ago, she was on Jon Stewart going, oh no, it was nothing like that. It was, everything was consensual. There was no big deal going on and blah, blah, blah. And everything was fine. And now she's all trying to, she actually said, no, it was not a Me Too situation. Now she's hinting and stealing the story that it was. But here's the neat story. He paid her hush money to be quiet and not talk about it. She came out and said, give me more money or I'm going to talk about it. He said, fuck you. She talked. He sued her. Then she sued him back.
Well, that story didn't really come out until after the election, though. So that's different.
No, the Stormy Daniels check, the whole problem that they're doing this campaign finance thing on him is because he used campaign money to pay her off.
Yeah, but I'm saying the story didn't come out. We didn't hear about it until later.
Oh, I'd heard about it because it was something that had happened. It was actually in the tabloid news back when she tried to file after she got paid off, or there was a lawsuit and she got paid off, and that was it. That was all that was covered. This is back whenever it happened the first time. They didn't say anything about it, what it was, because it was done. It was over. And they couldn't dig into anything because once it was paid off, NDAs and all that. She violated the NDA agreement to try to get more money out of him. And that's where all of this is going back to. Because it was done in an election year, he said, yeah, I can use my campaign money to pay this off because, well, it is directly affecting my campaign.
That's against the law. Let me play some more of this.
That's what the whole court case is about. Is that technically, because this is one of those where unfortunately lawyers wrote the law, and all the by for and he with their two hymns and other beyond breakage and this and that start to, you got to have a flow chart, a couple of Venn diagrams, and a slide rule to figure out exactly what the fucking laws are. And exactly, because they're arguing points of proprietary and points of law, not the actual case.
Yeah. Let me play some more of this right here.
Civil rights, voting rights, kids in cages, etc., etc., etc. And because of this, progressives, they say, must hold their nose and vote blue no matter who, no matter what Democrats do. And Democrats must ignore their faithful left in favor of making offerings to right-leaning voters who might be brought within the fold. Biden should build the border wall so that Trump won't, or so the logic goes. The core rationale that undergirds Chate's argument and the argument of so many liberals who see themselves as the adults in the room is that to win, you have to make yourself appealing to the centrist middle. There's just one problem. The cohort that's abandoning Biden the fastest, despite his nonstop pandering to the middle, are moderate and conservative-leaning voters, not the left. As the New York Times reported on Monday, Trump wins just 2% of Mr. Biden's very liberal 2020 voters who think the system needs at least major changes, compared with 16% of those who are moderate or conservative. The weakness of a centrist electoral strategy should come as no surprise at this point. One of the key insights to come out after Trump's 2016 win was that very few voters identified themselves with the mix of socially liberal, economically conservative views that liberal, or should I say neoliberal Democrats pander to with their mix of identity politics and austerity measures. Remember in 2016 when Chuck Schumer argued that, quote, for every blue-collar Democrat we lose in Western Pennsylvania, we will pick up 2 moderate Republicans in the suburban Philadelphia area?
Not true.
We all know how that worked out. As you can see from this chart of 2016 electorate, it is the top left quadrant, economically progressive and socially conservative, that presents the most opportunities for a candidate willing to engage in genuine economic populism. Not the bottom right quadrant, which represents economic conservatism and social liberalism. The top left is the quadrant that made Bernie Sanders an out-of-nowhere contender in 2016, and which ultimately won the presidency for Donald Trump. But as clear as it is that centrists misunderstand the body politic, in his piece, Chait argues that it is in fact the left who get it wrong. He argues that he's right to criticize aspects of left-wing thought that he finds to be excessive, and that liberals are simply attempting to be reasonable. But what's reasonable? A poll from last September showed that 2/3 of Democrat-leaning voters didn't want Biden as a presidential candidate in 2024 at all.
At all.
The Democratic Party being reasonable in shutting down the primary process and preventing the voters from vetting an alternative choice.
And that's what I was saying on the show was, I don't even think Biden wanted to be, he didn't want to be the nominee the first time around.
Dude,
and
he said in the last 4 years, he said 4 times how proud he is to be a senator. I think he was happy where he was. I don't think he wanted to be drug up to vice president even.
And so then they was like, Joe, get in there. You got to get in there. Freaking, it looks like this Sanders guy might win. We got to get you in there.
It's like our guy, Ted Cruz. He doesn't want to step up into a higher position because he wants to be on the floor in the fight. That's where I saw Biden as, because he's always been radical, loud, and always up in the middle of a bunch of stuff. Up until a few years before the vice president run that he did. And somewhere before then, he just kind of got quiet.
But that's another example of how I'm saying that the Democrats seem like they want to lose. They could have put up a more viable candidate, other than Biden. Even though Biden was the president, and they tend to, he's the incumbent, so the incumbent ones, that's tradition. But that didn't have to be the case. They could have had a viable primary session and allow the voters to choose somebody who was more viable to
they gave
win.
Harris the vice president position. That was chosen. She was chosen to be vice president before he was moved up to be president. They had to find someone that was grandfatherly, likable, congenial, or just didn't make people pissed off to put with her, because she was already ticking people off. She was like the second person to drop out, yet got chosen as vice president. She dropped out because she was told if she went on, she was going to get nothing. If she stopped now, they were going to make her vice president.
Yeah. They all worked together, because I remember, what's his name? The guy, he was a little known guy. He's in he has a big office now. What's his name? Goodness gracious. What's his name? The guy. Buttigieg. Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, the director of our transportation guy.
Yeah, so they all made deals.
I think he would have
Kamala,
been a better.
You drop out.
He would have been a better vice president.
VP Buttigieg, you drop out. We'll make sure you got a.
He does not belong. He does not belong in transportation. I'm sorry, and I understand that they had a kid. I understand or adopted a kid, and I understand all the stuff going on. But no offense, at a time of crisis, he took a vacation instead of stayed in his office and tried to get shit done.
Yeah. So, but that just shows how the game goes. They all dropped out and got behind Biden to ensure that Biden would, win the nomination that time. Because if the vote was getting split, then Sanders would have had a good chance.
What really hurt Biden was the fact that Obama got caught on a hot mic during the campaign time. Remember when they had the meeting and the other old presidents and vice presidents were talking, and they just kept kind of moving away from Biden, and Biden kept trying to move over, and they were showing that. During that time, Hot Mike sat there, it was earlier than that, a few years before, where Obama was caught on a hot mic saying, if you can count on anyone to screw something up, Joe will do it.
Well, that's the same reason why he was selected, I think, because he's not a threat to the status quo.
Yeah, everybody the right was convinced he won't be able to get anything done because he's a doddering old man. The problem being, I understand them keeping the mental faculties of the president on the way out kind of a secret. I appreciate the press and the world, or the press and the politicians doing that for Reagan during his second term in office, when his mental capacity caught up with him. I'm glad they did and let him retire and not, make a big point of it. And I hope and wish they do that to Joe. I mean, I'm going to make jokes about it because they put him there when he was already having problems, but I really hope that they let this man rest.
Let me play some more of this right here.
Political offerings should be considered excessive, even years after the Bernie movement died, and Bernie, the country's biggest cheerleader for universal health care, sidelined his own fight in service of supporting Joe Biden. A strong majority of Americans still say the government should ensure health coverage for all Americans. Meanwhile, Joe Biden made it clear that even if by some miracle Medicare for All passed the House and Senate, he'd veto it. That certainly sounds excessive to me. Is promising to veto Medicare for all a choice driven by reasonability? Or might it have something to do with the fact that Biden has taken more money from the healthcare and pharmaceutical industries than any other politician in America? Same question about a wealth tax, which 69% of registered voters in 7 swing states support. Is it pragmatic to ignore the popularity of this policy in the very swing states where Biden is performing abysmally? Or is it a naked bid to maintain his faithful base of billionaire backers? Note that Biden had more billionaire backers than any other candidate in 2020, and 94 billionaires have already donated to his campaign this year. Seems to me that when Taylor and Hunt Hendricks accused Democrats of being overly accommodating to their corporate wing, they may have had a point. Now, I could go on and on listing popular policies that Joe Biden has openly rejected or more subtly sabotaged, like the $15 minimum wage, which his henchman Chuck Schumer stripped out of the must-pass COVID relief package in 2021, even though a $15 minimum wage was so popular that Florida voters passed it on the same ballot on which they nominated Donald Trump in 2020. But the point is this: Chait fundamentally misunderstands the left's relationship to the center. Our efforts to push populist policies aren't designed to hurt Democrats. Adopting them will quite literally help them succeed. Populist policies are popular. It's right there in the name. But Chait insists on framing the left as navel-gazing and self-indulgent, uninterested in persuasion, arguing oddly that the left only cares about contests of willpower and dismisses protests as a tool for just extraordinary occasions, rather than an obvious tool for shifting public opinion. It's like he's never heard of the civil rights movement, the anti-apartheid movement, or the anti-Vietnam War protests. Leftists quite obviously do believe in persuasion, which is why we're willing to take on hard fights that don't favor us in polling, like defunding the police. And while we're willing to fight for Medicare for all and, things like racial equality years before polls validated those efforts. But Chait is missing that persuasion is not needed if you've already won the opinion battle. And the most significant left criticism of the liberals isn't that they aren't willing to take on the more fringe positions of the left, but that they reject the popular ones. Chait argues that liberals reject populist economic policies favored by the left because, quote, liberals take very seriously notions of individual rights and universally applicable principles, while leftists tend to criticize political liberalism as a recipe for maintaining inequalities of power between the privileged and the oppressed. Okay, well, if that's longhand for leftists think working people should keep more of their paychecks because the principle of you should be able to afford rent and food if you work 40 hours a week in the richest country in the history of the world is more important than a vague respect for the invisible hand of the market, then yes, guilty as charged. The more you read, the more it becomes clear that the basis of Chait's complaint is simply that he doesn't share working class values. In fact, it sounds like he might just be another neoliberal hell-bent on preserving an economically unequal status quo because it's a status quo in which he thrives. Chait fully exposes himself when he brings up Israel's war in Gaza as an example of an issue where leftists are extreme. He refers to anti-Zionism as, quote, the left-wing cause du jour, and laments that some on the left are critical of Zionism as an ideology that requires the expulsion and subjugation of non-Jews to maintain the Jewish demographic majority necessary for a Jewish state. As Chait writes, quote, the stakes of staying on good terms with the left on Israel have quickly escalated from opposing the occupation to opposing Israel's existence in any form to increasingly refusing to condemn the murder of Israeli civilians. Of course, this is a straw man. Chait intentionally frames the pro-Palestinian movement as extreme to avoid engaging with the fact that Biden's position of providing unconditional diplomatic, financial, and military aid to Israel as it reportedly tortures people in camps and uses drones to target children and aid workers is the most extreme and most out of touch position of all. A recent poll shows that 70% of voters now support a permanent ceasefire and de-escalation of violence in Gaza. including 83% of all Democrats and a majority of independents and Republicans. Yesterday, Biden told Congress he was moving ahead with more than $1 billion in new weapons deals for Israel, just days after the White House said it had paused a shipment of bombs to Israel due to concerns about the humanitarian impact of an assault on Rafah, where civilians have been told they could find safe shelter for months. All of this for Israel, whose ministers joined a far-right march just yesterday demanding resettlement of the Gaza Strip by Israel and the expulsion, aka ethnic cleansing, of Palestinians from the area. All this for Netanyahu, who has declared that he would invade Rafah even if a temporary ceasefire was reached. Tell me again, who has the extreme position? The populist left or the genocide-backing neoliberal center? Chait argues toward the end of his article, after chiding the anti-genocide left, that, quote, moral clarity and fervor can be useful at times, but they invoke fundamentally unrealistic ideas of how politics and governing can be conducted. But Biden is on the brink of losing an election, and it's not because he's been forced into unpopular positions by a radical fringe left, but because he's chosen to take his base for granted to instead chase moderate, status quo-loving voters during an election that pollsters say is a change election. Chait argues that when leftists chide liberals for criticizing the left in order to appear reasonable, they seem unable to imagine any of these liberals as actually attempting to be reasonable. But what he fails to grasp in the end is that he's fundamentally wrong about what is in fact reasonable, pragmatic, or popular. Punching left, turning your back on economic populism is what earned Democrats Donald Trump. And it looks very much like their insistence on being the adults in the room is going to put Donald Trump back in the White House again. If it happens, don't blame the left. We quite literally told you so.
Yeah, man. So they said it's a change election. So they want change. They feel like Donald Trump can bring that to them. So that's where we are. And the Democrats are pushing for a center, status quo, things staying the same. And people are like, we want change. So that's the Democrats shooting themselves in the foot.
See,
like they tend to do.
Where the Democrats are losing a lot of people is over a whole lot of these I'll just boil it down to alphabet and bathroom issues is where they're starting to lose a lot of people.
I don't know about that one.
I am absolutely 100% sure of that because I've watched dedicated lefties going, this shit's going too far. The issues with the men and women's sports, the whole fact that the I'd rather be caught with a bear than a man in the woods issue.
I saw those memes.
It's completely blowing up now because at this point, they have to face the fact now that they have produced that statement, they have to now console themselves to the fact that, do you not understand why we don't want men in the bathroom with our daughters? I mean, they can't have it both ways. So what now? Like I said, they're losing people over the arguments. I was in a conversation with someone from Stonewall the other day, the actual first major riot where people were battered and beaten and killed over gay rights and the beginning, early days of Pride and all that. And their post, they're actually saying, if I had known it was going to go this far, I would not have been there. Because all we wanted was to be accepted enough to live our lives in peace. We didn't want to force ourselves onto anyone. We just wanted a place and to be left alone.
Yeah. check this out right here. It says Google is co-founding a guaranteed basic income trial that gives families $12,000 a year to help keep them housed. Google is co-founding a 2.8 million guaranteed income pilot in California's Bay Area to test its effectiveness in preventing homelessness. The program, in partnership with JPAL North America, will provide 225 families at risk of losing their housing with $1,000 monthly for a year, while another 225 families will receive $50 a month as part of a control group. The initiative is part of Google's broader $1 billion commitment to address the housing crisis in the San Francisco area, reflecting a growing interest in universal basic income as a strategy to combat poverty. What are your thoughts? Well, my first thought is that Google is trying to rebrand itself, trying to pull attention from away from the reality that it's basically a monopoly, and it's
even better. You're giving us $2.8 million. Why don't you pay the $2.8 billion that you've cheated out of taxes?
Yeah.
That way, that would spread across the whole United States instead of just a couple of hundred families in the Bay Area.
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of like that thing where, philanthropy is supposed to be the answer to everything. How like these billionaires are going to be the ones that are going to save us from all our problems in the world through their philanthropic
$2.8 million
activities.
is the yearly bonus of a lower mid manager.
Yeah,
I mean,
chump change for
them. I mean, literally, they spend that much buying Cokes and sodas and drinks for all of their friggin' employees on a daily basis anyway.
Yeah, they're probably going to get a tax write-off on that also.
Oh, absolutely. All $2.8 million will go against their profits. Say, you made $2.8 million less this year, so you don't have to pay taxes on that $2.8 million.
Yeah.
I say, you want to do that? Cool. Guess what, though? Pay your taxes on that as well. And then you'll show me that you're actually trying to do something.
Yeah. Comments, it says, pilot program to see how to depend off the government. I don't agree with this comment right here because
I
do. We're going in this direction, this universal basic income direction. They have done.
Okay, you realize that is literally taking our tax money and giving it to other people for no reason other than the fact that they exist. They are literally forcing people who have money to pay for people that don't.
What's the difference between that and Medicaid, Medicare?
I'm sorry. I have a
SNAP
problem with giving people blank fucking checks for not doing shit. I really do. And I ain't talking about race here because I know shit more white people are taking that kind of shit too. Generational welfare is a problem and it's being created even more. This program's lead to generational welfare, not generational financial independence.
They've already proven that that's not the case. They have studies that they've done where they've done these programs already, and the results have come back the opposite of that. And like I say, if you want to fight crime, you fight poverty. You help people.
Show me on those.
They have it. I mean, type it in, search it. There's surveys.
You're making the claim. You're making the claim. I back mine.
Okay, yeah. Well,
there are surveys. There are small, incremental. There are things mostly from other countries.
No, they've done them here in the United States. They've done these already. There's one going right here in Houston. They're doing one right now in Houston.
I know.
So yeah, these the results have come back on these things, and it shows that the results are not what people are saying or think or feel like they're
Without
going to be.
financial education, throwing money at them is just throwing money at a hole.
I completely disagree with that.
I don't, because if they get free money, what happens when it ends? They're not educated. They don't have the knowledge on what to do and how to do with it. And because they don't get that education, they end up right back where they were.
That's not true. The majority of them have put themselves in a position, a better position in life, getting jobs, moving on. Let me read some comments. It says, except $12,000 a year doesn't cover rent in the Bay. Well, the idea of it is to supplement whatever income that they have to help them, reach
supplement
ends
their
meet,
welfare income,
so that they won't, become homeless. What they were saying was people that were
qualify from that if you're already on financial assistance,
most likely. So then there's people that are already at risk of possibly, if one thing goes wrong, and then they could end up homeless. So then that 12,000 is supposed to be able to get them to the point where hopefully they don't fall off. That $1,000 a month, which isn't much, which isn't anything really. I mean, like it's a drop in the bucket, but that
it's more
that
than
money
half of what I make.
That money coming in can hopefully keep you from falling off.
And
Let me read another.
Money, the $1,400 that I paid in taxes breaks down and goes into stuff like that. Yet here I am, unable to get any assistance because I make too much.
Yeah,
at 17 to 19,000 a year.
It sucks the way that they do that. Like you literally have to be well below poverty to qualify for assistance. Like you got to be freaking literally starving. Either that or you lie to them, about what your finances are. Let me read another comment. It says, people don't realize how socialist the Black community is until you come to comment sections like this. Every ethnicity can see the silver lining, yet it's as if Black people could care less about life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness as long as the government corps are giving them something. The reasonable conclusion I've come to are: 1, Black people literally have an adverse reaction to self-improvement via reading, and they'd much rather be spoon-fed information that rarely breaks the surface. 2, they've been so hypnotized with the slave narrative, their very being feels they are owed something first and foremost. Then self-agency comes second. Despise the free lunch, Robert Greene. Yeah, well, I don't know if I agree with that sentiment. And I can say nothing is free ever.
I'm about halfway I'm about halfway into that. I am not the despise the free lunch person. I'm not the we shouldn't help people and stuff like that. I'm a people should not get free fucking income just because. I'm sorry, I actually believe that things like welfare and stuff like that should come with community service. If nothing else, set up to answer phones is something that helps put back into the system what they're drawing out. Take
they already have that
papers and help them do that. They have for people that want to. Nobody has to though.
It depends on your where you are in the country.
They cannot force you to do work because it is unconstitutional. It goes back into the slavery situation, unpaid and labor, unpaid labor, and all kinds of stuff like that.
Nah,
they cannot force you to do. And
I remember
all of
seeing
some
legislation specifically saying that,
and none of it's passed. And if it does pass, it gets shot down by the circuit court. They tried it here in Texas, if you remember.
Let me read a couple more comments. It says, this was awesome. I think the government should have been doing this and not companies. but good job for their kind thought of helping the needy. Another one that says, you will own nothing and be happy. Another one, the future is unbelievably predictable. Let me see. Another comment says, those without appreciating digital assets will be subjected to UBI, Universal Basic Income. Andrew Yang told you on the Breakfast Club. Another one, Universal Credit System. They're doing trials all over the world right now.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how that really relates to this one. Another comment that says, companies, the tech sector in particular, are becoming large, profitable enough to start acting like traditional government agencies, moving towards providing direct support welfare services to its constituents, customers, staff, etc. that traditional governments are cutting back on. This will include housing, healthcare, food, etc., further altering the power dynamic. They are already
they're trying to destroy your faith in the government and return that faith back in the companies.
Yeah,
so the companies
I can get with that.
More powerful. Remember Demolition Man?
Yes.
All restaurants are Taco Bell because they won the restaurant wars.
Yeah.
You know, that's what I'm seeing going on with this.
Yes.
It's not just what I'm saying, but it is also producing a lack of faith in our government.
Yeah, I can get with that.
You know, the funny thing right now is about a third to 40% of the people right now think half the shit that goes on in California that they push is batshit crap.
Oh, I mentioned this earlier in the show when I was reading the headlines. Let me play this. A lawmaker fought over proposed reforms to the chamber. Look, they're going to throw this dude over the freaking. One lawmaker with the ruling DPP party was taken to the hospital.
Rabbit punch to the kidney 3 times.
After forcing his way into the chamber, injuring his head in the fall.
No, they dumped him on his head. That wasn't a fall. They dumped him on his head.
Outside of the building.
That little guy that was underneath him coming over, man, he had his face to the camera all smiling and goes over his shoulder into his kidney.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You heard me. I've already said, I actually think that we should let our fucking congressman throw down in the chamber again. We'll get these old people out of Congress real easy that way.
Nobody wants to be punched in the face. The main opposition party and its allies are trying to push through a bill.
So that guy's name is Bill? Because they're sure pushing him through.
To give Parliament greater scrutiny powers over the government. Let's see. One controversial proposal says politicians could be criminalized for making statements deemed to be false in Parliament. We need that here.
Well, you know, here we have the situation of what is the difference between somebody being mistaken, misspoken, wrong, and lying?
I mean, if you know that what you're saying isn't true, that's what we're talking about.
But how can you prove that they don't know that?
Well, then we would leave that up to a court of law to determine that. It says at one point during the chaos of politicians.
Now, instead of judging law, you're going to judge motives. You're going to judge thoughts. And now I have to stand up and say, oh, no, no, no. You do not judge me by my thoughts. You have no say in my thoughts.
Well, we already
don't know what my thoughts are.
We already have that.
It's called thought police. That's why I don't like the left group thing.
No, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about within the law. Like if they determine that you have premeditated murder, they can determine that, and they come to that conclusion that you.
But to do that, they must reach a certain set of standards that show that.
Yeah, so that will be the same thing here. That's what I'm saying. Let me read this. It says at one.
Like I said, but again, mistake, misspoken, wrong, and lying.
The court of law to determine that.
You can't necessarily prove someone's lying unless you can prove that they were absolutely 100% exposed to that information.
Well, then that's what the
And
court of law
to
would
do that,
be.
you now have to, anytime someone makes a mistake, you want to take somebody to court. Every time someone misspeaks, you have to take someone to court. Where is freedom of speech and being able to be wrong, to make a mistake now? Everything has gone to court. That's not freedom.
But
it's not. You still have to go to court to prove that you're not, while you have a judge and an attorney trying to prove that you are. You now have to defend every statement you make. And if you're wrong, you can be proven in a court of law to be malicious and wrong, not just, you're lying. You're not just wrong, you're lying.
Yes.
No.
Not every citizen, the people that are in positions of power.
So we're going to make one set of laws for one people and one set of laws for another. Again, no.
Let me read this. It says, at one point during the chaos, a politician grabbed documents and ran off. So those were that was the bill that he grabbed to try to keep it from, passing. He ran up out of there. It didn't work, though. It says the ruling party says bills are being forced through and breaking protocol.
That sounds familiar.
It says President-elect Lai Ching-te is set to take office Monday. His ruling party does not have a legislative majority. That was this past Monday, by the way, that this happened before this past Monday. The guy has been sworn in already, is what I'm trying to say. Al Jazeera posted this. It says, there were chaotic scenes as lawmakers shoved, tackled, and hit each other in a day-long brawl in Taiwan's parliament on Friday over controversial.
Rabbit. I'm just hanging out here.
It says one lawmaker.
That is hilarious to me.
That is funny. That's the reason why that's the reason why I wanted to cover this, because that same clip that you're laughing at is the part that made me want to cover this. One lawmaker was taken to the hospital after falling off a platform and injuring his head. Yeah. Let's read a comment. It says, I am Taiwanese, and I'm here to tell you the world that the KMT is trying to pass through several laws that will result in our country's severe crisis in illegal and brutal way. KMT is China's servant, and we Taiwanese refuse to be controlled by China. Fuzz China, government, and Xi Jinping. We Taiwanese are our own rule. This must have been translated because it's kind of choppy.
That's some dangerous statement.
Yeah, I'm sure there's a number of people that feel that way.
You gotta remember, China actually was going to ban all NBA games in China because one player said the country of Taiwan.
Yeah.
And refused to say that it was a republic of China. He said, no, they're their own company, and refused to. Finally, the NBA said, look, you retract that or you're fired, because they just canceled 7 games and the millions of dollars that went with it. So we're all fucking bending the knee to China right now, literally.
Well, China's not playing when it comes to that. They're willing to go to war about that. So that's their deal. I don't think that we should get involved in that. Let me read another one. It says, United States could never, half of our representatives would explode into dust.
We have every place in that argument that we have in the Israel-Palestine conflict.
Well, yeah,
conflict.
Well, that's the thing with the Israel thing. That's what I say. Let them fight it out. Why the hell we got to give them money and weapons and shit? Let them handle their business. Like, they got shit they need to deal with. Let them deal with it. What the hell we got to fucking supplement their fucking situation for? What the hell? Who else do we do that for? Yeah, and I would say the same thing for Ukraine. Yeah, so no.
Somalia.
No, let them people hash that shit out.
Syria.
between themselves. You know, and in the Israel Hamas situation, it would probably go in a totally different. Ukraine too. They would go in different directions if it wasn't for the United States freaking supplementing their fucking shit.
No,
Israel
would be doing exactly what it's doing now, the way it's doing it, because it is the most efficient way to achieve their goals without killing fucking everybody.
What I'm saying is they're gonna run out of bombs. They're gonna run out of the freaking dome, the protective dome, and then they run out of that. They're gonna have to be nicer
because
to
they
the people
currently
around
have
them.
three. That's because they've got 3 and 4 countries currently constantly shooting fucking munitions into the country.
Again, that's their fucking issue. That's their problem. Let them deal with that shit. Fuck, they got to do with us.
The fact that probably we have 20% dual citizenship in Israel, where there's tons and tons of Americans there. Several Americans are still hostages of Hamas.
They go home. Why are you over there?
Dude, be careful with that go home kind of stuff.
Shit. If you're American, go to America. Why are you over there?
And
you see they're having problems. Leave. They can leave. Ain't nobody holding them there. I saw a bunch of videos of the airports too. Like, it is people leaving Israel like crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Let me read some more comments. It says, Miles stated in 1965 that Israel and Taiwan are bases of operation for imperialism in Asia. They created Israel for Arabs and Taiwan for us. They both have the same objective. Interesting. That is interesting right there. Got to wrap my brain around that for a second.
No, our base of operation for imperialism is Singapore.
And with the Philippines too. But you know, Asia is huge. You know what I'm saying? That is big. So
we've got 9 different bases all throughout the Asian area.
Yeah.
In different countries.
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to remember, it's not that far. Even our German bases can reach Asia.
Yeah.
The western parts of Asia, usually.
Yeah. You got mountains, you got terrains, you got islands.
And then we pretty much got South Korea too.
For that same reason, I'm sure. Let me read some more. It says it can't let me copy this because I want to think about this later. I might look up something related to that because that got my mind going, but I want to move on. It says they can't bring this to the U.S. because there'd be too many broken hips. Yeah, man. All of these people look pretty young and vibrant. The people in their freaking parliament.
Well, you can't tell with a lot of these Asian guys too. Some of those guys could be 60 years old, looking like 35.
Be eating good their whole life, healthily. Let me read another one. It says
Asians age like black people. You know, they're 15, then they're 20, then they're 40, and then they're 90.
Yeah,
they're 40
they're 40 for 50 years, but
20 something for 20 years, and then bam, all of a sudden they're 40, and then they're 40 until they're about 60, and then they go old man in the next 5 years.
Yeah, it's diet, exercise, environment. Let me read this. It says, this literally looks like a scene from an Asian comedy action movie. That guy ran away with the papers as if he had secured the county's future in his hand.
Country.
I guess he wanted to say country. Just messes me up when they typo.
Yeah, I always answered autocorrect is my worst enemy.
Yeah. Yeah, me too. Let's go into a little bit about China because I have some stuff on that. And freaking China. But it's an economic situation that's the real issue. You know what I'm saying? That the competition, because the thing they said that they 100% taxing the EV vehicles coming from China. You got the TikTok thing where they're like they want to make them sell it. And TikTok is like, we're not selling this. We're not giving y'all our proprietary information, our algorithm information.
Every single company that does business in China has to do that for them. Every single one. If you open a Krispy Kreme with a special donut, you got to give up your recipe. You got to give up your process of making donuts, your discovery information, your research and development processes. You have to turn all of that over to the CCP if you want to open a business in China. Yet they're going to balk at doing the same thing here.
Hold on, let me see if I can find this. I hate having to look for stuff on the spur of the moment.
China, most of the nations over there, if you they don't allow PlayStations. So there was a big thing going on. This Helldivers game, after it was released, said that we're going to make you sign into PlayStation Network now. Well, 173 countries are blocked because they don't allow the PlayStation Network in their countries. So all those people that bought the game were about to get completely shut out of it simply because they won't allow the PlayStation Network to be in their country. So this kind of thing, it's not just America doing it to the rest of the world. I mean, you got to realize there's tons of countries that you can't do Facebook, you can't do Instagram, Twitter, X, none of it is allowed. They can't get Facebook, but they can do WhatsApp.
Yeah, but my point is the political sphere around, China as the enemy or whatever is all based on economic issues that American companies have versus Chinese companies.
It is also the fact that they are a hardcore communist government who is committing genocide to multiple groups of people. It is also the fact that they hid from the world for months that they released the deadliest virus in the last 60 years to the public.
Since when does the United States care about freaking countries committing genocides?
Why do you think we started putting taxes and stuff on them in the first place? As a protest to the things that they were doing. It's not all economic. A lot of there are social issues involved with some of the stuff they're doing too. Some of it started with that, and then counter here, counter there. 45 did some stuff. Everyone's all, oh, it was so bad, but all of a sudden, people stopped going to China for their stuff and started coming back to American products, and then that got all screwed over. I mean, it's more than just a financial situation. It's more than just one side. I mean, and the fact that people that want to sit there and go, oh, it's just about the money. No, it's not. It's about literally the largest organ harvesting operation in modern day. Things like that are done by the government. People have problems with that. You don't see it, you don't hear it, because all you're looking at is that part of the news. You're not asking the question, what all of our problems with China are. You're just looking at the money and the headlines. You say, since when do we care? We kind of always have. That's what part of the reason that we use to justify most of our initial moves in the first place. And yeah, when you in camp, everyone, 100 plus thousand people of a particular religion into a camp and then pretty much wipe them out, you're going to start getting economic sanctions and tariffs. Why? Because now here's where the money comes into the money. It comes into the money because we can't shut them completely off because we can't afford to. We've wrapped our economy so much in with China that we can sit there and protest, But they basically go, shut the fuck up. And all we can do is go, okay.
I can't find what I'm looking for. It's two situations that I want to look at. It was the one with the EV cars and taxing them. And it was another thing. China chose to they retaliate.
The Biden thing that he told you, we've actually covered why they're doing that. They're doing that because the Chinese ones come in and
here's one.
They end up being cheaper by a significant amount than American-made cars. So instead of doing what's necessary to make the tariffs change to where we can make cars cheaper, instead they just double taxes on theirs. So now they are in a competitive price zone instead of being able to sell at $5,000 to $20,000 cheaper off the off your base price.
Why can't the United States be more efficient? Well, the United States companies, American companies, why can't they be more efficient in producing their product so that they can be competitive to China?
Because we don't use slave labor. Because we pay people $26 an hour to sweep. Because the auto unions jack up the cost of the vehicles because the steel, the metals, the materials that we have to get from other places have jacked up tariffs and things so high that we can't compete in the same industry. That's why Harley production for the first time went from the United States over to England. And they blame that on Trump, but that was a steel issue. Because
that's a fair argument. That's a fair. I can roll with you on that argument right there. That's a fair argument right there. Because China's known for having this freaking, I
mean, why do you think we go to Mexico for a lot of products? You can import some of the same things. Now, you want to know something funny? Mexico does not allow the import of Chinese products.
Oh shit.
And it didn't crash their economy, but it stops people who are traditionally already being underpaid to do work in that country are not having to compete with the labor in China, where you've got half of the world's population in one area. And that's a big one going now. Take a look into a lot of the manufacturing cities are starting to shut down. They're reporting 22% unemployed in the under 40 range.
It's because of
people outside of China. That's the CCP official reports. People outside of China are actually saying the unemployment rate of men 40 and under over there is closer to 40%. And there's only one way that the world has chosen time and time and time and time again to get rid of a high excess of male population of that age. You send them to war.
Bill Clinton did the NAFTA, and then there was another one that expanded upon that. I want to say it was Obama. What was the name of that legislation? Really similar to NAFTA. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
It was a trade agreement that allowed these corporations to produce in Canada, Mexico, Central America.
USMCA.
USMCA. That's the name of it. Freaking
United States, Mexico, Canada agreement. Literally, that's the name of it.
That shit is the reason
it's updated now
for a lot of
create the new USMCA.
That shit is the reason why a lot of those problems that you're talking about is from, so that these companies can have sweatshops in wherever and not have to pay these people anything, and that's the problem. So like you said about Mexico not allowing China stuff in there, if we went in the other direction instead of the, like the NAFTA or the US, Canada, Mexico thing, then that would force these companies to, produce this stuff here. That would be the reason, like, what was it? It's Detroit. Detroit comes up in the news all the time, and they're like, Detroit, it's a battle zone. It's a slum. These people are shooting and killing each other or whatever. But that city was thriving when you had
It was
production.
The auto industry.
Right. So when those
Ford,
companies
Chevy,
left,
GM.
When those companies left, those people were left basically in poverty, with no real job prospects.
And a lot of reason they left, though, is because of the progressive laws and taxes, making them go, well, if we up and move our entire headquarters somewhere else, we're going to save money.
So screw the American people.
The city shot itself in the foot. Did you know that probably surprisingly large chunk of companies are headquartered in Ireland? As long as you have a 16-person office or more, you can headquarter in Ireland, and your corporate tax rate is only about 8%.
And that's bullshit. They shouldn't be able to do that kind of shit. Period. Let me read this. It says, bottom line, I want fair competition with China, not conflict. President Joe Biden on new tariffs imposed on Chinese imports. So I want fair competition with China, not conflict. So this is what I'm saying. That is the bottom line. This phrase says it all. I want fair competition with China, not conflict. The conflict spurs from the economic competition. Not saying that, belittling what you said, that things are always more complicated. Like there's always more to the story. I'm saying the root cause of the conflict is economic competition. So let me read this. It says, President Biden announced new tariffs on $18 billion worth of Chinese imports to help protect his administration's investments in key sectors in the United States. The targets of the tariffs include electric vehicles, solar cells, steel, aluminum, semiconductors, advanced batteries, critical minerals, and medical products. American workers can outwork and outcompete anyone as long as the competition is fair, Biden said in remarks delivered from the White House Rose Garden. But far too long, it hasn't been fair. So, in a global market, I mean, who determines what is fair? You know what I'm saying? Like, is it fair that you got slaves digging in the DRC for rare earth minerals to use in Apple products? You know what I mean? So why do they pick and choose what they determine to be fair? You get what I'm saying? And what they call fair, I think, is an advantage. They say it's fair, but really they want the advantage. They don't want somewhere else to have an advantage in any way when it comes to like economic competition. That is the driver for imperialism. Let me read some comments. It says, how is tariffs fair competition? Another comment says, Biden finally adopting Trump's policies toward China. Another comment says, and I want things to be normal again, like affordable gas and groceries and secure border and a tough stance on crime. How does that fit with the topic, bro? Another comment that says,
because he's saying this is what he wants instead of the bullshit Biden's doing.
Another comment says the Democrats better get working, otherwise they will lose the White House. They need to get people to vote. Please vote. Nobody wants bleach injected into their lungs. Vote. Bleach injected into their lungs. What the
This
hell?
goes back to when everyone said 45 told everyone to drink or inject bleach. There was that one speech that he never said that, but sadly, a couple of people actually did do it. And the left, no matter what you wanted to argue, you could put up the exact transcript and they would still argue with you. Well, that's what I heard him say. It's like, did you even listen to the? I actually had the text, the transcript of that address. I actually had the transcript of it on cut and paste. Because I had to put it up so many times to say he did not say inject bleach. He did not say put a UV light bulb up your butt.
And I'm sorry, but even if he did say that and you did that, you're effing stupid. I'm sorry.
And there were some stupid people that, no offense, I'm glad. Excuse me, I'm not going to say it that. I'm not going to say I'm glad that. Let's just say Darwin made sure that they weren't here to vote right the next time.
Stupid.
There are some people we don't need their votes.
Let me read another comment.
I heard that one or two of them may have voted Democrat the next time.
Another comment that says, Biden, you're soft on this matter. It says, Biden, you're soft on this matter, my boy. Go sit down and let the big boys take it from here. Trump, go sit and eat an ice cream and wear your famous Men in Black sunglasses and call it a day. Another one, it says, kind of late, China Joe. China Joe. Another comment that says, oh, it just gets better and better if it were only funny.
He's the big guy. There's a lot of stuff going on with him not having gone after that before. This, to me, smells more like appeasement to try to get right voters that are on the fence back to him, or left voters who, because. But then again, to be fair, he had a American EV big show and everything that he went to and said, and all the things, and he didn't invite Tesla, who is actually the largest producer of EVs in America right now.
He did a speech not that long ago. Let me see if I can find it.
Ooh, have you been watching? Have you got an update on the Tyson Paul fight yet? Do you know what happened?
Nuh-uh.
Okay, so white boy Paul decided to, do some, puff up statements and stuff, and made a mistake of disrespecting Mike Tyson's daughter.
Yeah.
Mike Tyson removed himself from the exhibition ballot or bout and refiled it. Both camps have now refiled it as an official fight. This will land on the permanent record of both fighters. Meaning Tyson is no longer bound by exhibition fighting rules. He gonna kill that white boy.
Wouldn't it have to be done by official channels?
No,
the ones that govern fights.
Yes, it's done. It's filed. It is now an official bout. The game rules have changed on this. And the only reason I'm going to say this is that I really, really think Tyson's going to win, even though he may give a good show and give him some hope. He's not going to give Jake Paul this win. because he's 50 something. He's coming back. His last 2 fights were a loss. He will not step into the ring again. This is his last time in the ring, Tyson. You know it is. He has to win this one, or 50 years from now, he's not going to be the baddest ass fighter since Muhammad Ali. He's going to be the boy that got his ass kicked by that white boy YouTuber.
Damn it, I can't find what I'm looking for. I hate this when it happens.
Yeah, I'm trying to drag out as much as I can. But that's what's going on with that fight right now. And the odds have gotten more toward Tyson's favor. It's still about 60-40 with Jake Paul winning. But it was about 70-30 him winning a while back. I'm just this is one of those things that I'm just entertaining myself watching, because ultimately it doesn't matter in my life who wins. But you know, Jake Paul's like Justin Bieber. I mean, you really, really, really just want to see something smash into his face repeatedly for fun. I mean, not saying anyone should do it, not calling violence or anything like that. Just, you know, some people are like slinkies. They're really not good for much, but when you push them down the stairs, it still makes you smile.
I found it. It was him talking about at the NAACP event. Did you hear about this one? Or did you see any of this?
I have not seen anything about that. I'm actually trying to stay away from him right now because he said some just dumb stuff recently that I can't.
Well, let me play some of this.
I am embarrassed that he's my president.
What do you mean? You didn't vote for Biden?
I mean, I'm more embarrassed at him than I was at Trump. I at least knew where Trump was coming from and can relate to the New York executive asshole mentality. I've been in food service long enough. I know his type. You know, and he didn't bother me. He doesn't scare me. He's 90% threat, 80% bluster, and that little 7% left over is just, you know, not really anything to worry about. I mean, but this guy here, I don't know, man.
Well, this wasn't like an official campaign event, but basically that's what this was. He was in front of he was at a historical black college, and he was commemorating Brown versus Board of Education. But basically what he's doing is campaigning here. So, but let me play some of this.
It's like, you remember, if you don't vote for me, you shouldn't go to this college.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm not going to ever let him get by with saying that.
Oh my Lord.
Why is the volume so low?
So many.
Hold on, the volume is really low, and I got it all the way up. Hold on, let's see if we can find a different one, Dan. Hold on.
See if you've got a production volume slider in StreamYard.
That's not it. It's the video I saw was better. This is PBS. Hold on, let me see. NAACP event.
I was gonna say, just Biden NAACP should come up with a good one.
It's PBS again. Is it the same one? Updated 15 hours ago. Does that mean that they fixed the sound? Hold on, let me see.
So many people here today. You changed the world.
Y'all can hear it?
70 years ago.
I don't like
can hear
that.
it. It's a little low, but I can hear it.
Okay, man. I might just use it because.
But I I said that a little earlier. The president said
That
your
one's
dues
better.
paid up. I got to check. Oh my Lord. So many people here today. You changed the world. 70 years ago, you changed, I say the world, that's not hyperbole. I'm not exaggerating. Not only changed the United States, it changed our role in the world in a fundamental way. I know there's a lot more to do. President Johnson, that introduction, thank you for your leadership. But most importantly, for the NAACP. It's an honor to be with all of you here at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Remember, we're trying to get this built for years.
Can you do one from CBS News?
You found one on CBS News?
You do an incredible job.
Because I think that's what I saw it on too. I think I saw it on CBS.
Here you go. Give me just a second. Oh, where are you?
I think I got it.
My name's Joe Biden.
It's better.
And I'm a lifetime member of the NAACP.
What the hell is that supposed to
I
mean?
said that a little earlier. The president said, are your dues paid up? I got to check. Oh, my Lord. So many people here today. You changed the world. 70 years ago, you changed, I say the world, that's not hyperbole. I'm not exaggerating. Not only changed the United States, it changed our role in the world in a fundamental way. I know there's a lot more to do. President Johnson, that introduction, thank you for your leadership. But most importantly, for the NAACP. It's an honor to be with all of you here at the National Museum of African American History and Culture. Remember, we're trying to get this built for years. It's pretty neat, isn't it? By the way, I want to thank the staff who runs this place. They do an incredible job. Together, the NAACP and this museum are monuments to the power of Black history. And Black history is American history. It's American. You know, it's a really important thing to continue to, we have a whole group of people out there trying to rewrite history, trying to erase history. It's a tribute to heroes, known and unknown, who pursued our nation's North Star. We're unique among all nations of the world, and I mean that. Every other nation is based on ethnicity, based on religion and other things, but we're the only one based on an idea. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, endowed by the Creator with certain inalienable rights, and should be treated equally their whole lives, throughout their lives. We've never fully lived up to that idea, to state the obvious.
Never fully lived up to that idea. Glad he admits that.
But we've never walked away from either because of so many of you in this room and so many more.
Yeah, considering he had a big part in it.
Years ago, when the Supreme Court ruled in Brown versus
Or trying to stop it.
that racial segregation in public schools is unconstitutional, a prayer was answered in a long struggle for freedom. Yesterday, I welcomed the family of plaintiffs of that landmark.
So yeah, so this part right here kind of just like made me cringe when he's talking about, you know, Brown versus the Board of Education. Wasn't he the big guy? He was in Congress at that time.
He's the one that said, I don't want my children to be going to a racist jungle.
I don't want the
racial
busing.
jungle.
He was against the busing.
He
and
was
all that.
100%. He was against it to the point of wow, against it.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons why I'm like, do people not remember that? But then they gave him a pass for telling people that if they didn't vote for him, they weren't black. So
yeah.
Now I don't know what to fucking think about. I don't know what to think about anything after they let him get by with that.
When I was watching
understand why they let Robert Downey Jr. do blackface, because he did it right.
That was funny.
And it was right. It was done in the proper way. The man was making fun of people who do exactly what he did wholeheartedly. And he sold it, man.
Yeah, he did a great job. I love that movie. It's underrated. It's an underrated ass movie. The guy, he was like, "What you people? What did he say? What are y'all?" And he was like, "What do you?
What do you mean, you people?"
Yeah, the actual black guy. He's like, "What do you mean?" I was like, "Oh my god!" Like the jokes are just perfect.
Dude, the only one I didn't like in that movie was Tom Cruise.
I don't even remember Tom Cruise being in that movie.
He was the guy that was jumping around, that was like the CIA guy that was like jumping around and talking, and he had a bald head and stuff, and they were in the office somewhere in there. It was just a little bit part, and
They were
the only
making fun
reason
of the patriotic military
CIA
movies.
guy, yeah, he was like the CIA guy with the cigarette and the papers on the walls, like the Vietnam guy.
Yeah,
The CIA dude, that was him. I think he was the guy that sent him on the mission.
Yeah, that was a long time ago.
That's what I'm saying. He was also unmemorable in his part.
Yeah, so that's the thing. I don't remember him being in it. Freaking, let's play this because I lost my train of thought. I was going to say something about Biden, but I lost it.
Racial segregation in public schools is unconstitutional. A prayer was answered.
Oh, I remember what I was going to say. When I was watching this first time, it felt like church. Like you had the lady in the background, like everything he said, she was all like, yeah, okay. You know what I mean? Like,
oh no,
like he was preaching, you know?
Listen.
That's the vibe.
Listen to his canter of his speech compared to the way he normally speaks. He's using something that's he's broken down a little bit more, like they do more here in the South.
Yeah.
That's written into his speech for those breaks and stuff. That is a different speech pattern than his normal.
Right. So that's what politicians do. They pander to their, audience.
Do you want to know the biggest insults, I think, to black people when he said that? He said, it was, if you don't vote for me, then you ain't black. He never speaks improper English. He never uses the word ain't and stuff like that. Yeah. So when he addressed black people, he lowered his mentality and commonality of his speech to attempt to reach them more.
Yeah.
To me, that was an insult.
Disrespect.
More than saying if you're not black, or you're not black if you didn't vote for me, or you ain't, it's you ain't. Because now he's talking down, or what he considers down at your level. I hate that right there above anything else turned me against him. That and the weird sniffing on the little girls.
Let me play this.
A long struggle for freedom. Yesterday, I welcomed the family of plaintiffs in that landmark case to the White House, to the Oval Office, their office. Once upon a time, they were excluded from certain classrooms. But 70 years later, they're inside the most important rooms of all, the Oval Office, where they belong. They're a living reminder that once upon a time wasn't that long ago. And all the progress we've made is still have more to do. And there's still groups who are trying to erase it. You know, one of the cases that led to the landmark decision was in my home state of Delaware. Black mother from Hockessin, Delaware, joined by parents and 8 other students in Claymont, town I moved to when work ran out in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and we moved back in 3rd grade, moved here to Delaware in 3rd grade. All in Claymont, they just wanted a simple proposition. They wanted the kids to be able to attend school and be treated with dignity and respect. They asked a man who I looked up to and really admired and helped me out as a young public defender, Lewis L. Redding. He was the first black man ever admitted to the practice of law in the state of Delaware, to say. And think about that. Here, the first man, this guy was brilliant, and he didn't get admitted till after the 50s in Delaware. Well, he enlisted a young Jewish lawyer from the NAACP named Jack Greenberg to help him devise a legal strategy to get rid of racial segregation in Delaware schools. In 1952 in Delaware, for the first time in our country's history, in Beulah versus Gebhardt and Belton versus Gebhardt. By the way, any Delawareans here today? Right. All right.
They're lying.
First time ever, segregated white public schools were ordered to admit black children. Lewis L. Redding's argument in those early Delaware cases laid the legal framework for Brown versus the board. His story, the timeless truth about America. When we make real the promise of America for all Americans, the nation changes for the better. Everything from the economy to everything grows. Everything grows. After Brown versus board decision, the public schools gradually and often much too slowly were integrated. Graduation rates for Black and Latino students increased significantly, though. The Brown decision proves a simple idea. We learn better when we learn together. That's why my administration is increasing funding for schools to bring together students from different backgrounds. My Department of Education is investing $300 million, including another $20 million announced today to support diversity in our schools.
This is him campaigning.
We're also funding efforts to increase diversity in teaching professions. So, because as the president said, Black students, particularly young Black men, react to Black teachers. Black students who have Black teachers are significantly more likely to graduate from high school and enroll in college. It makes a difference and it matters. My Department of Education provided an additional almost $500 million, $450 million, to ensure teachers in our school reflect the diversity in our country. We're just getting started. This money is going to go toward training the next generation of teachers at HBCUs, tribal colleges, and minority-serving institutions. By the way, not because I'm married to one, but we need to give teachers a raise. I mean it. Another lesson from Brown is that every child deserves a quality education. How can we, think in just simple terms, how can we have the strongest economy in the world without the best education in the world? I mean, it's not possible. That taps into the full talents of our entire nation. And the answer starts with early childhood education. Because of the nation's legacy of discrimination, the Black children start school with an average of 7 months behind their white peers in reading. But
yeah, he's right about this stuff, all of this stuff. With the representation of Black people, it's like especially Black men in teaching. And damn it, what did he just say? Freaking education. How can we compete globally if we don't have a good education system? Like that needs to be a focus. Like, and we have so many people who are trying to defund education, if you will. And it's like, as a nation, we're shooting ourselves in the foot and going down that route, I don't know. He said something else.
Year of universal high quality pre-K could eliminate 98% of that gap, just 1 year. And children go to preschool who are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school and go on to earn a 2-year or 4-year degree, no matter what their background is.
And that Head Start program, that I don't know if we still even have that. But that program has a great impact on families and children, because you have daycare costing as much as mortgages now. So if parents are able to take their kids to school, before kindergarten, that relieves a certain amount of pressure from the family economically and allows them to go to work and make money. But it also gives that child a chance to start his process of education, a bit earlier, so that when they do start school, then hopefully they've already learned their ABCs and, able to count and, the fundamental early stuff. A lot of these kids, and you want to blame the parents, that's fine. But as a community, we should take on this, what's the word I'm looking for? This working together, basically, to ensure that we are creating a group of people who are viable. You know what I mean? Like a group of people who can be successful in this world, you know, and that early childhood education is key in that, you know. The like they were saying about the
Go ahead.
what I was gonna say, they were saying about the kids and the number of words that they've heard or whatever, like reading to a child when they're little or whatever makes such a huge difference because they hear a bunch of different words or whatever. Like all of that matters. And so like I said, you could blame their parents, but then when you have people that are living from check to check, you know, just trying to make ends meet and working 2 and 3 jobs, the amount of time that they have to spend with their child educating them when they're really young is not there. So there's a gap in between. So the people who have money, the people who are affluent, have the time to spend with their child and giving them a head start. And so what happens is you this cycle continues basically, where the same people are the ones that raise their children and they have children who, you know stuff, and the same people end up with children who don't. You know, I'm trying to find a way to say this without being like offensive to anyone, but it upholds the status quo. Basically, we end up with the same results. That's where the Head Start thing is a big deal. I want to say they stopped that program here in Texas. I don't know, or they defunded it or something. And that was a great program that they had, Head Start.
That's why my administration is working to support Black children. And as soon as I came to office, I signed the American Rescue Plan. And I'm going to be political, but just say this because we're having problems. Not one Republican voted for it, not one. But the American Rescue Plan expanded child care tax credits to deliver monthly checks to working families to cut Black child poverty in half. My Republican friends let it expired, but I'm going to keep fighting to reestablish it. We're going to get it reestablished. And I'm going to keep fighting to make sure preschool universal for every 3 and 4-year-old in America. We can afford to do this. It's not hard. Instead of giving multi-billion-dollar breaks to the super wealthy, let's make the wealthy begin to pay their fair share of taxes. We can afford all this. I'll just slow up for just 1 second here. Ad lib a little bit here because I'm going to get in trouble for keeping you longer. But you know, we have 1,000 billionaires in America. 1,000. I'm a capitalist. You can make all that money, fine. Just pay your fair share. Well, here's the deal. You know what the federal tax rate is for a billionaire in America?
0.
8.3%. If you just raised it to 25%, we raise $400 billion over the next 10 years. That could pay for all of this, cut the deficit, and do so much more. Just pay your fair share. Look, it's not only good for children, it's good for the country when we have early education, and it grows the economy. We're also working to ensure every child, no matter what their zip code, has access to quality education experience in K through 12. The American Rescue Plan delivered $130 billion to American schools, most ever in funding public education in our nation's history.
Where did that money go?
And we added another $202 billion annually to Title I funding, support school students that are most in need. These dollars help for things like tutoring, paying teachers are for what they deserve, providing more advanced casework and courseworks as well. While college degrees are still the ticket to the middle class, the ticket's becoming too expensive. Too many young people, Black students, are dealing with unsustainable debts in exchange for a college degree. That's why my administration is taking the most significant action, notwithstanding the Supreme Court tried to stop me, to provide student debt relief, most supreme ever. I've been able to relieve $160 billion in student debt for over 4.5 million Americans.
Not
Very
yet.
significant number of black borrowers. That means they can now start a family, buy a home.
They did some of it, and I ain't gonna lie, it impacted me directly because it was, I don't know what the name of the legislation was that he passed, but it ended up paying for one of my semesters this past my spring semester.
I had less than $12,000 debt, and it was in default, and mine's gone.
See,
I can't find it anymore.
They selected me for this graduation program, some shit, and it paid for one out because I was delinquent. I think it was coming out of the fall. It was the fall semester. I was delinquent.
That's what they were doing, is they were hitting people that have been delinquent for a long time or for a bit, and we're starting to collect compound interest.
Yeah, well, that affected me directly. So boom.
Well, see, that's what kills people in college. You take the loans out, but you don't start paying them back for 10 years. By then, even if they are 3% interest, that's still 10 years of compounded interest that you're fighting. And I can't remember who said it, but there is no force more significant or powerful in the world than compounded interest.
Yeah, man. It's
really a form of said that.
It's really a form of predatory lending,
No,
you know?
No. That is private lending. That is where they are not restricted to, once you go into default, they are no longer restricted to the government minimums or maximums. Like Sally Mae, you're all good and fine. But if you go to John and take a private school loan, now he gives it to you at that lowered amount, but as soon as you go into default or as soon as you go into graduate, it becomes prime amount. So then you've gone from 3% to 8%.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. The private lending is where the predatory is. The regular just US government lending, all that is a really fucking cheap loan that you don't have to start paying back for a while. The predators came in when book prices went up literally 100 times in a course of 20 years, where tuition prices have quintupled when the actual cost of schools and stuff has literally, due to expanded technology, stayed the same.
Yeah.
They can teach more people for less money now. All the books, especially these, and I know you've seen it. You've actually been to U of H, where it's worse than private schools or community college. The teacher writing his own textbook and supplementary materials and making you get the new edition every 2 or 3 years.
Yeah.
That's where the predators came in. The people that were taking the money out of your pocket and screwing us over and paying, $500 for this class this year. 3 years later, all the class prices go up to $900.
Yeah, they're at 12. They're $1,200 a class where I go.
Yeah. So and they were, and if I remember when I was looking at them back right in 2000, they were like $700 a class.
Yeah, that don't include books.
No, that's not book. That's just, it was like $759, including the fees for the class. And it doesn't matter if you took one class or not. If you took one class, you got all the fees. If you take 3 classes, you got those fees on all the library fee and the computers. All those fees were on every single class, not just per student. I mean, I was in the bookstore, man. I
for you to get any assistance, you have to get what they call full-time, and I think it's 12 hours. You gotta have at least 12 hours for you to get any kind of loans.
Yeah,
or
you do 12 hours. Because what I did, and I ran out of money because I did it, I took 4 classes at the beginning of each semester, and then I toward the middle when I was still could drop it and it would drop off of my record. I dropped anything that was below a C or below. So I had like a 3.8 average, but I was having to drop a class each semester. But
yeah, they have a
I was a single dad of a 9-year-old working 2 jobs and going to full-time college. So yeah, you have to play that money. You have to play that system.
They have a drop minimum. What is it? What am I trying to say? See, I'm getting tired. You can only drop like 5 or 6 classes, I want to say, throughout your whole career. I think it's 6. You drop more than that, and you can't graduate.
Yeah, but 2 years is 4 semesters. I dropped one each semester, so that still would have left me 2.
Let's do some enough with Biden. Let's move on. This one, it says Columbia opening their admissions portal to find that this time the students have rejected them. This is funny. According to CNN, students across the political spectrum have been rejecting offers from Columbia University due to the school's handling of on-campus protests. Admissions consultancies across the U.S. have also reported high school students taking Columbia off their college list for next year. Columbia remains the epicenter of student demonstrations, with over 100 students arrested and a return to online classes. The university declined to officially comment to journalists on how the protests are impacting its fall enrollment. How do you think current events will or should impact Columbia in the future? Has recent news from Columbia impacted your college list? So basically they're saying, people, less students are enrolling for the fall semester as a result of how Columbia handled the protests. So that's interesting. Little tidbit there. Yeah, I ain't gonna lie, I'm getting tired. Did I cover this yesterday? House passes GOP bill I think I covered this. To force President Biden to continue weapons transfer to Israel. I think I covered this because it's wholly symbolic. Doesn't really mean anything. It's political posturing.
They're not telling them send anything new. They're just saying don't stop the stuff that we've already got going on anyway. Stuff that we do every day.
Yeah. Oh, this one was a big story right here. Governor Greg Abbott pardons Daniel Perry after 2023 conviction for murder of Black Lives Matter protester. Governor Greg Abbott on Thursday pardoned Daniel Perry, the Army veteran who was convicted of murdering an armed Black Lives Matter protester in Austin. Abbott last year asked the board to take up Perry's case and expedite it. The third-term Republican had previously vowed to approve the recommendation. Perry is serving a 25-year prison sentence for the 2020 killing, which turned him into a cause célèbre among some Republicans who argued that he acted in self-defense. Abbott said days after Perry's conviction that Texas has one of the strongest self-defense laws. It's the first time in recent history that a Texas governor has pardoned someone for any serious violent crime, let alone murder. So, yeah, so a jury of his peers or whatever, the law enforcement system determined that this guy was guilty.
Same argument with a presidential pardon or anything else. So,
and
Biden
one guy
can do it, a Democrat can do it, a governor can do it. It is within his power as governor.
I'm not saying it's not.
No, you're alluding to bad right, gonna change, bad governor, Republican, left. No, it's not a left right.
I'm saying one guy is.
Do you know the case? First of all,
we covered this. We covered this on the show.
Mm-hmm.
So the system determined that this guy should serve a 25-year prison sentence, and one guy, the governor of Texas, is like, no, and let this guy go. You know, for political clout, for political reasons.
Well,
yeah, I'm saying this is fucked up.
A jury of his peers.
I'm totally saying that.
Let Rifle Kid go, and he has been completely still called murderer and everything like that by every member of the public, and almost every single thing. So
they can call him whatever they want to call him. He's not in jail.
They've made him a guilty person by default. And no offense, again, was there a question in the case? Was it the left wants justice now situation? And was it well, like I said, this is all thrown up and all that shit going on where left and right fucking clashed, where the mob had more power over the courts at the time than the actual courts did.
For this guy's case, is that what you're saying?
I'm not sure if it was. I have to refresh myself on details of this guy.
Yeah. So what I'm saying
this is a trend going on right now in a lot of places where these people that got convicted during the height of the, if you don't convict this person, we're gonna riot situations. People got fucking convicted because mob rules was ruling at the time. I don't know if this guy was one of those, but there's something I seem to remember. I seem to remember something about this guy getting railroaded.
No, this is a severe miscarriage of justice right here. And it's as a result of political influences. So, I mean, if you want to say mob rule, then mob rule is the reason why this guy is off. Because he became like a celebrity or whatever, It's like
again, I'm not going to argue this anymore because you have made up your mind. You do not like Abbott. You do not like anything that leans towards lenience on the people that did stupid fucking shit and things like that. Yet you're fully allowed to be completely appeasatory and apologetic for BLM rioters and stuff like that. And it's not going to go anywhere. I mean,
if somebody broke the law, they should be held accountable.
You are arguing from a headline, and I'm not going to continue to respond from a headline. Like I said, this is one of those I need to be refreshed on the case if we've talked about it before, because the very statements, the stuff going on is like, I mean, left, right, there's going to be a whole lot of he said, she said. There's going to be a whole lot of, this, that. And none of it is going to be about what actually happened at the moment, at the time.
Let me read some comments. First comment. It says, the guy posted multiple times about how he wanted to kill.
I'll be back.
Okay. It says the guy posted multiple times about how he wanted to kill a protester, often with racist language, and then went and killed a protester. I'm a huge gun rights guy, but this was a murder and not self-defense, purely political because Abbott doesn't like the BLM protesters. Another comment, it says, it seems to be a lot of us who don't approve of the job of our current governor is doing. So my question is, how I think he was trying to say, how is he still governor? Well, because the way the districts are drawn up in Texas gives a certain party, more power. Another comment, it says, Texas, can y'all please roll him out of there in November 2026? Another one, it says, gotta vote Hot Wheels out of there. Another one, it says, Texas, we're pro-life, but it's okay to kill if you vote Republican. Wow, that one is heavy. Yeah, pro-life if they're in the womb, but once they come out, and if they're a Black Lives Matter protester, no. Another comment, it says, you mean the guy who went looking for a protester to kill? Another comment says, Republicans out here publicly endorsing murders now. Another one, bro, our state is so embarrassing. Another comment, says, it was premeditated murder. This pardon is sickening. Another comment, says, anytime I think the governor couldn't sink any lower, he proves me wrong. Another one, it says, vote blue in the governor's race. It's a long past time for Abbott to be gone. Texas is a red state. It's just not, it's not likely that the governor's race would be won by a Democrat. I don't think a Democrat has won the state governor's race in a very long time here. I can't remember it happening. So it's been a long time. Another comment, it says, is it me or doesn't the governor of Texas pardoning the murder of a BLM protester underscore the need for the BLM movement itself, notwithstanding the fact that 25 years for murder is wild? Another comment, Republicans letting convicted murders go, law and order, right? Yeah, law and order. Another comment, disgusting, proving the whole point of the BLM protests. If it had been a Black man who killed the white supremacist protester, dude would have never seen the sun again. Color me embarrassed to be a Texan. Yep. It is what it is. And you want to say it's not about race. No, it's clearly about race.
In Haiti, paralyzed the capital, demanding that the prime minister resign. They attacked government installations, hospitals, even the morgues. Almost 400,000 Haitians have been displaced, and thousands have been killed. The prime minister resigned, the transitional council is in control of the country, but the gangs were left out, and now they've taken to the streets in protest. They say they're protesting insecurity, but this is a show of force. The government here in Haiti is expecting an international force to be deployed to the country, and these guys are saying that's not going to happen. They don't want this to happen.
Tout ça qu'a fait les gens, Américains, Canada, la France, tout tête pas de saline non. Nous mettons direction son bien descend. J'ai mené pays là, pays sous débouché sous guerre civile.
What he is saying is they want a seat at the table. They want to be part of this transition here in Haiti, and that they will not stop fighting until they get that. The gangs in Haiti have paralyzed.
So it says Haiti gangs toppled the country's prime minister and now control most of the capital city, Port-au-Prince. They say the government and Haitian elites have allowed the situation to happen. Comment, it says, free the people of Haiti from them all. The power deserves to be in the people's hands, not the puppet governments, paramilitary units, misnomer gangs, occupation troops called police, or the oligarchs. Another comment, it says, I don't understand why American and other foreign journalists insist on providing English translations that have nothing to do with the person they're interviewing said. Do you guys think that those who speak both Creole and English won't see this or what? The guy clearly said what the US, Canada, and France are doing on Desalegnes land is a bloodshed. We're on our way to a civil war, and then y'all come taking about what he's saying is they want a seat at the table. Another comment, it says, for over 200 years, the USA, France, and Canada have not learned any lessons about the Haitian people. Why do you call them gang members when they're actually revolutionaries? Another comment, y'all in the comments realize that this is just more US propaganda to legitimize the US going in and building bases on Haitian land. The US and Europe have established a puppet government, which is why Haiti is destabilized. Take the lessons we have learned about Western propaganda regarding international affairs. They always have something negative to say about Haiti, and no one does research and digs further. Think critically about this. Another comment. Why is no one asking how so many guns are in Haiti? Where were they manufactured? Who is gaining from their sales and the destabilization of communities in Haiti? That's a good place to start. Another comment, gangs or citizens who've had enough. Another one, if they were European, they'd be tagged as freedom fighters. Another comment, where are the college protests about all of this? Another one, look at all the American weapons. Another one, the very thing MAGA loves. Another comment, where did they get all those weapons from? Another one, all I want to say, please let Aider Peralta go home. The man has been reported on location for years. Nairobi, now Port-au-Prince. Someone give him a desk and a raise. He's more than earned it, LOL. Another comment says, damn, I don't get why American and European nations can't just take the hint of leaving a country they have no right or say. Another comment says, please, please, please do not send foreign troops, please. And I saw a story, I want to say it's the Kenyan people. They're going to send military from Kenya, I want to say. That's what they said. If that hasn't happened. So this is from May 10th. Another comment, it says, NPR, please make a piece on how the guns these gangs have are coming from the U.S. That's what the American media should focus on. One more comment. It says, free the people of Haiti from them all. The power deserves to be in the people. I already read that. I don't know why it flips like that. It's kind of annoying. I covered this briefly. This is so funny. Who wore it better? See, earlier the person asked why so many people aren't happy with Abbott and he's the governor. This is the answer right here. This is why. This is it right here. Gerrymandered districts. It says, what the F-ing? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. Another one, it says, when you can drive through 3 districts in a handful of miles, you know it isn't legitimate. Another one, it says, gerrymandering mentioned. What the F is winning an election based off whether people actually like you? Another comment, what a joke. We let this happen. Another one, it says, how come you're not showing the Democrats? Plus, they were the ones that drew the lines this time. Also, get rid of carpetbaggers like Will Rolinska. Yeah, both sides do it, but it's still foul, regardless of who does it. We shouldn't allow it to happen on either side. This one, it says, it shouldn't be lost on anyone that the Biden administration's biggest successes have been in the areas where they've been most welcoming of progressive ideas. The biggest failures where they've been the least. I think I covered this last night. I'm not sure, but this is exactly what Breonna Joy Gray was saying in that clip that I played. The progressive ideas, and if Biden would embrace more of the progressive ideas, he would win easily. But he's not, and he won't, and he probably won't win as a result. When he embraces the centrists, those liberals, you know, that's when he loses voters. I don't know how much longer I'm gonna stay, y'all. We're gonna go through these quick. Let's see. This TikTok claims to show massive waste outside Petco. New dog bags with tags still on them during the dumpster. Yeah, I saw this freaking. I witnessed this type of thing firsthand when I worked for Home Depot, and they would throw away stuff that was nothing wrong with it, perfectly all the way to like electronic stuff, like valuable stuff. And we would throw this stuff in the dumpster. We had a trash compactor, and we would put that stuff in there, and they was really strict. If you took that stuff, you're automatically fired. And a lot of times it was for shelf space. That was the reason. The computer would mark something down to 1 penny or something like that. It was something, I don't really understand how that system really works, but the price of something would go down to a penny, and they wouldn't sell it. They're not going to sell it for a penny. It'd be something worth who knows how much, hundreds of dollars. And so it has to go in the trash. And like I say, if you took that stuff, you're automatically fired. And it's like, this shows how our system is so effed up, you know, so effed up. Like, the greed is ridiculous. You know how they say all the time that like people can't donate food because somebody's gonna possibly get sick, and you know they might sue or whatever, and that's the reason why they have to throw all the food away out of the stores. Okay, all right, we'll go with that. So what the hell about these dog beds right here in this video? Like, is somebody gonna get sick from these dog beds? Is that the reason why they can't donate these or something like that? Give them away or whatever? Let me play this clip.
Dude, this is behind a fucking Petco. Look at these dumpsters. They're filled with dog beds. They fucking take razor blades to them and cut them so nobody can garbage pick them. This is new stock. This shit still tags on it. Like, donate to a fucking shelter. What are you doing? Petco, your days are numbered. Greedy fucks.
Yeah, so this one is focusing on Petco, but all of these companies do this. They all do this. It's crazy, and it doesn't really make sense to me. I mean, like, you want to talk about supply and demand or whatever, and the value of a product based on, you know, how much is in circulation or whatever. I mean, like, I'm going to call bullshit on that, you know. I really am, you know, like, like I say, it has to do with their shelf space or whatever, some like internal protocol that they have set up. And, you know, our system is not geared to, you know, be helpful to people like in any kind of way. Even some person that's coming around and digging some shit out of the fucking trash, they don't want you to have that shit. Like, F you. Go buy it out the store at high price. You know, and it's not like I say, it's not about liability. What liability would they have on some freaking dog beds or some electronics out of Home Depot. Like, get all the way the F out of here. So whenever people make those arguments, it makes me sick to my stomach because I know that it's bullshit. Shit, you can get sick from eating food out of the damn grocery store that you bought from the grocery store. They just did a recall on hamburger meat. Yeah, I want to say E. coli was in it. I don't remember what it was. Botulism, I don't know. It doesn't even matter. You know, you can get sick from, what did they recall? They recall some shit that was in the cans, a canned food that was all fucked up. Had metal shavings in it or some shit. Like, get all the way the F out of here. It's not that they concerned about liabilities. It's that F you, go to the store and buy the shit. Go get a job, you commie. Let me read comments. This is the caption. It says, this TikTok claims to show massive waste outside of Petco. New dog bags with tags still on thrown in the dumpster. Another comment. It says, can confirm this happens regularly in retail. It's so wasteful, but these companies would rather throw goods in the trash than discount their items to a decent price. Another comment. It's crazy because this isn't even about economics because they can make more money off of this stuff too. So that's why it's like a big FU is what it really is. Because when I look at these situations, I always be like, oh, it's about money. But then it's like, no, it can't be because they would make more money actually if they fucking did like in the case of the shelf space issue. Just do a display up front and do a discount of all of those items and make some money off of them. Come on. Another comment, it says, but it was told capitalism was the most efficient system. Excuse me. I was told capitalism was the most efficient system. There's so much waste in capitalism. There's so much food gets thrown away. It's that exponential growth, profit over people model that's just, it's basically destroying the world. Another comment, it says, when I worked at Chick-fil-A, we threw away bags full of chicken, delicious chicken. Meanwhile, you're apparently a communist if you think children should have to go into debt to eat lunch. Yeah, so they got a problem with, in the same country where they don't want to have kids to have free lunch at school, is the same country where they throw Chick-fil-A sandwiches in the trash. Those Chick-fil-A sandwiches could be donated to the schools. Boom. It don't cost you no taxpayer money then. No, the parents are going to buy cigarettes and drugs. Another comment says they could donate it and have a massive tax write-off for it. But do you know what that necessitates? A staff member dedicated to coordinating the donation and accounts who are responsible for tracking donations. It's literally just easier to destroy things under capitalism. Shareholder wants less salary costs more profit. So yeah, there goes the reason. It's not cost effective. Another comment says, shout out to the manager who lets us take home the food we were meant to throw away when I worked at Starbucks. Another comment, it's not just Petco, it's all big box stores. They toss so much unsellable merchandise and food into dumpsters when it could be donated. Another comment, it says, I had to destroy kids' clothes and put them in a trash compactor when I worked at a mall jamboree for a summer in college. It was cheaper for the store than donating the clothes because of the paperwork time involved in donating. It was a very sad and sobering capitalism moment. Another comment, not to mention the environment impact on such waste. I mean, right, they're filling the garbage the dumpster up with this shit. Just going to the dump, making more trash. You know, we have these one-use items. You know, this. So capitalism is a good reason why we have so much trash. The way they do the packaging, one-use items, the plastics. So somebody produced this product. It was manufactured, and then it went straight to the trash. Does that make any sense? Okay, what this means.
Sorry, but I had to wee really, really bad. I didn't realize how rude I sounded until after I was moving.
It's all good. I need to go too. I ain't gonna lie. I've been holding it.
Yeah,
Let me read this.
I wanted to say something on that last bit about them throwing stuff out. When I worked at Barnes, a lot of times you cut the tags or destroy the merchandise and send proof that you did, and you get a refund for your product. Because they used to make me tear the front cover off of paperbacks that we didn't sell, and they would send those in, and they were marked as destroyed. And we were supposed to throw them out, but me being a writer and a book lover, I can't throw a book away with a clean conscience.
Yeah.
So even though it's considered stealing from the publisher, I would take those books and leave them on bus benches, leave them on tables in coffee shops.
Yeah.
You know, anywhere where there was like a table with books, I'd throw a few of them down without, even without the covers, they're still readable.
Yeah, we had to scan those products too. So there was something with that too at Home Depot. Because I remember whenever it was theft too, like, you know how people would take something out of a package and then they would just leave the empty package or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So it was a code that you put in, and then you scan those the barcodes for those products so that the company could get whatever it was, the loss prevention tax write-off, whatever the hell. And it was the same thing with the products that got marked down to 1 penny. Those had to be scanned before we threw them in the trash. So yeah, it was something with that too. Let me read this. It says Nancy Pelosi made $7 million in stock market this past week. Make it make sense. Pelosi made $7 million in 1 week in the stock market. I can't teach you insider trading like she can, but if you want to learn how to get rich using real estate, DM me Wealth. So some guy, whatever. Another comment. It says, aren't her trades known by everyone? Can we just trail and do the same thing? There's a TikTok or a Reddit page that's doing just that.
But we don't have access to startups and things like that she does. And that's where they really make the money, because you've got this company that's not public yet, but you can, if privately, if you know them, you can buy into their company and get vested. And then the law changes and all of a sudden they're eligible to make all this money, and you're vested at this low amount. As soon as they go public, you can sell shares and you're already making major millions in profits.
Well, the issue with trailing their trades, I mean, you'd have to jump on them right away, because like I saw one with this other guy. It wasn't Nancy Pelosi, but he made a sale, and it was the next day the stock plummeted based on some information that came out of his committee that he was on. So like you could trail their trades, but you'd have to, I mean, I don't know how fast it's public knowledge. I don't know if a day is enough time to trail that trade. You're going to lose big time if your timing is bad.
I don't know. There's some apps I think will do them in real time, but most of the ones I've seen, and I barely am starting to look into these. It's end of day trading. You get a report on anyone that you want trade, or you can only get info on them if they're part of that particular group. Like you're on this app. Only if they're on this app can you see what they traded specifically, and only what they had in that app.
Yeah.
Or with the app with the services that app is connected to.
And either way, trailing their trades isn't the answer. The answer is them not being able to insider trade. I mean, like it's literally illegal.
I'm sorry, but the truth is, I think that politicians should not be able to touch or inform at all on their trade accounts. I don't think they should be taken away from them, but I think that they should be divested into the market companies and not individual stocks.
Well, if they had like a hedge firm,
like I'm saying, like the
that was managing their shit, that'd be different. But you know, it would be way too difficult to manage because it would be about the information that they're.
But I also think that they should be taken off of the savings program that they have, and all of them should be forced to use Social Security and not be allowed to be used. I think they should completely remove the congressional alternative to Social Security, and they should be taxed and done Social Security and have to trust on it like the rest of us.
Yeah, they got so many exclusions that's the rest of us don't get, and that's fucked up. But as far as the stock trades, you know, it would be about the stuff that they have information on, and then they make trades based on information that they have prelude to that others don't have because it's coming across their desk or whatever. And so it would be too difficult, or it would be very difficult to investigate that and you know, manage that. So you know,
it's hard to prove, absolutely concretely prove.
So that's the reason why they shouldn't be able to do those trades, you know, at all, because you don't know what information they had, you know, access to that drove them to make the decision on these specific stocks that they buy. Comments. It says her salary as a congresswoman, $174,000 per year. The math don't add up. It's actually over 200,000, but the math still don't add up. So you're still right. Another comment says
she's a representative. It's 179,000. Senator is 256, and president, I believe, is 400.
Another comment says, so much did Jared get? It says, so how much did Jared get? Another comment says, their one and only job is to protect capital, and they're lying their own pockets. And let me move on, because these freaking typo comments.
She lives in one of the richest areas of her not congregation, but constituency. Less than 5 miles from her is one of the largest homeless encampments in the state and part of her district. I'm just, you know, it confuses me with all the stuff that's going on, that she's more worried about Israel and in China with and Nvidia and TikTok and all of that than trying to find a way to help the people of her home state not be homeless.
Yeah. Well, she's clearly
you know what? You know why California is a mecca to the homeless, don't you?
Well, part of it is the weather.
As long as you can provide an address, you get $800 a month. No questions asked.
Well, if you're homeless, you don't have an address.
Paying, it costs $60 a month. to get a post office box, which works as a street address for according to their stuff. And it's probably more than 800 now, but I don't know. I haven't checked. This was like 2020.
Yeah, I never heard of a post office box working as a physical address, bro.
I use my post office as a physical address. It's even on my driver's license.
And you can get assistance based on the post office box address
because it is a street address in this zip code in Houston. Yes. I got my bank account to that address. I've got credit cards to that address. That's why people get a personal mailbox, especially if they move every couple of years and change apartments. Yeah, see,
I need to take a quick break. I'm gonna play some Democracy Now! To give me a second. So y'all give me a moment.
Oh, check out
I'll be right back.
Sky, the Australian one. Check out what the chick going off about Greta Thunberg's latest thing. It's friggin' hilarious.
On Sky News?
She calls her a doom goblin.
That's pretty funny. Let me play this and y'all give me a second. I'll be right back.
Viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. The International Rescue Committee is warning the scale of the crisis in southern Gaza defies imagination as Israel intensifies its attack on Rafah while key border crossings remain shut down. More than 600,000 Palestinians have fled Rafah despite having no safe place to go. Another 100,000 have fled to the north. Overnight, Israel deployed an additional commando brigade to Rafah. This is a Palestinian woman in Rafah who's mourning after Israel killed her husband and her son.
My son was beautiful as a moon. He was a groom. He went inside to his bride. Thank God. There's no safe place, not in Rafah, not in Khan Yunis. They slaughtered Jabalia, they slaughtered Ar-Nusayrat, and they slaughtered Rafah. Safety is only with God. May God have mercy on us.
On Wednesday, Israel shelled a clinic in Gaza City run by the UN aid agency UNRWA, killing at least 10 displaced Palestinians, including children. Earlier today, Israeli forces targeted residential buildings and an ambulance in Jabalia, killing many Palestinians, including a pregnant woman. Separately, 5 Israeli soldiers were killed Wednesday in Jabalia when they were shelled by an Israeli tank. 7 other Israeli troops were injured in what's being described as a friendly fire incident. This all comes as the University Network for Human Rights has concluded in a major report Israel's committing genocidal acts in Gaza. The report was written in partnership with law school human rights clinics at Boston University, Cornell, Yale, and the University of Pretoria in South Africa. In The Hague, the International Court of Justice is hearing arguments today from South Africa in its genocide case against Israel. South Africa is requesting emergency measures over Israel's escalating attack on Rafah. Israel's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, has publicly challenged Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu over Israel's future plans for Gaza. Gallant said he opposes Israeli military or civilian rule over the Gaza Strip.
We must dismantle Hamas' governing capabilities in Gaza. The key to this goal is military action and the establishment of a governing alternative in Gaza. In the absence of such an alternative, only 2 negative options remain: Hamas rule in Gaza or Israeli military rule in Gaza.
Gallant's comments came a day after another member of Netanyahu's government, National Security Minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, took part in a march calling for Israel to resettle Gaza and expel Palestinians living there. Another member of the Biden administration has resigned to protest the president's policies on Gaza. Lily Greenberg Kahl has become the first known Jewish political appointee to resign over the war. She had been working as special assistant to the chief of staff at the Interior Department. In a resignation letter, she wrote, quote, "I can no longer in good conscience continue to represent this administration amidst President Biden's disastrous continued support for Israel's genocide in Gaza." She went on to write, quote, "Biden is making Jews the face of the American war machine, and that is so deeply wrong." Greenberg calls views on Israel have shifted over the years. In 2019, as a college student at the University of California, Berkeley, she served as president of Bears for Israel, which is affiliated with AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee. The acclaimed historian Ilan Pappé has revealed he was interrogated for 2 hours by federal agents at an airport in Detroit after flying into the United States. The agents questioned him about his Arab and Muslim friends in the United States, as well as his views on Hamas and if he thought Israel is committing genocide in Gaza. Professor Pappé said he was allowed to enter the U.S., but only after agents copied the contents of his phone. Meanwhile, in Europe, Germany's lifted a travel ban on the renowned British Palestinian surgeon Hassan Abu Sita, which had prevented him from traveling around Europe to talk about what he witnessed in Gaza. In April, Germany initially barred Abu Sita from attending a Palestinian Congress in Berlin that authorities later shut down. Student-led protests across the United States are continuing. Graduating students have highlighted the plight of students in Gaza as they deliver end-of-year speeches, while many have waved Palestinian flags and displayed messages of solidarity as they take to the stage to receive their diplomas. At Barnard College here in New York, students wore red poppies on their gowns, each with the name of a slain Palestinian child, and refused to shake the hand of President Laura Rosenberg. Meanwhile, prominent Israeli journalist Amira Haas addressed Columbia Journalism School graduates Wednesday.
The journalism that I chose to practice is based on the refusal to see injustice as normal, the refusal to normalize it to a point that we do not see it. This is exactly what the students here in Columbia and in so many other campuses in the US and now in Europe have been doing. Refuse to accept hell as normal.
New school students on Wednesday took over their university's Welcome Center, renaming it the Lema Center in honor of Lema Jammous, a 9-year-old famous in Gaza for her journalistic reports. In California, the president of Sonoma State University, Mike Lee, has been placed on leave after he announced the school had agreed to an academic boycott of Israel following talks with student protesters. The chancellor of California State University has accused Lee of insubordination. In Southern California, police raided an encampment at University of California, Irvine, arresting at least a dozen demonstrators. This comes as UC student workers voted Wednesday to authorize a strike in response to the use of force in dismantling the UCLA encampment earlier this month in violation of their labor rights. Meanwhile, the Harvard Graduate Students Union filed a federal complaint against Harvard for surveillance and retaliation against their protest. And a judge in Rhode Island has rejected trespassing charges against 41 Brown University protesters. The judge said, quote, "I think this is a reflection of what nonviolent and peaceful resistance, frankly, is supposed to look like." The Prime Minister of Slovakia has survived an assassination attempt. Robert Fico is reportedly in stable but serious condition after being shot 5 times Wednesday. A 71-year-old suspect has been detained in what authorities are describing as a lone wolf attack. Fico is a populist leader who's an ally of Hungary's Prime Minister Viktor Orban and Russian President Putin. Slovakia's President Zuzana Kaputova said the shooting was an attack on democracy.
A physical attack on the prime minister is primarily an attack on a person, but it is also an attack on democracy. Any violence is unacceptable. The hateful rhetoric we witness in society leads to hateful acts. Please, let's stop it.
The Netherlands is set to see its most far-right government in decades after the populist leader Geert Wilders announced his anti-immigrant Party for Freedom is forming a coalition with 3 other parties 6 months after the victory in parliamentary elections. But the Islamophobic Geert Wilders will not become the new prime minister after agreeing to forfeit the leadership position as part of negotiations. He's still expected to wield significant power over Dutch politics. A crackdown on asylum seekers is widely expected. Russian President Vladimir Putin and Chinese President Xi Jinping are meeting in Beijing as Russia wages a new offensive in northeast Ukraine. Last week, China put out a 12-point peace plan to end the war in Ukraine. Earlier today, Xi said China, quote, hopes for the early return of Europe to peace and stability, unquote. Xi and Putin also signed a joint statement to deepen their partnership on trade as well as on nuclear and energy cooperation. France has declared a state of emergency and is deploying its forces to New Caledonia amidst mounting unrest in the Pacific archipelago. At least 4 people were killed in clashes this week. Tensions have been rising as indigenous Kanak communities protest plans to allow French residents who've lived in New Caledonia for 10 years to vote in provincial elections.
We feel oppressed. We are angry. Everything is taking place over there in France. And us, we are wondering, are we being heard, the Kanak people?
Some 40% of the population of New Caledonia is Kanak, but the island remains under French rule since its colonization by France in the 19th century. Many young people seek full independence from France. In Argentina, LGBTQ and women's rights activists are accusing the government of far-right populist Javier Milei of fomenting violence and hate after a man set fire to 4 lesbians, killing 3 and seriously injuring the 4th. In one of his first acts as president, Milei shut down the government office that deals with hate crimes and banned the use of gender-inclusive language in the military. Human Rights Watch is hailing a monumental victory after a Swiss court convicted former Gambian Interior Minister Ousmane Sonko for crimes against humanity committed under the dictatorship of Yahya Jammeh. Sonko was sentenced to 20 years in prison for his role in torture, illegal detentions, and unlawful killings between 2000 and 2016. He's the second ex-Gambian official convicted in Europe for international crimes committed in Gambia after a former death squad member received a life sentence in Germany last year. In U.S. election news, the Supreme Court has restored for now a Louisiana congressional voting map that includes 2 Black majority districts. The ruling upholds a map drawn in January, which introduced the 2nd Black district, and it overrules a federal court ruling that blocked that map in late April. Wednesday's Supreme Court decision comes as a major win for Democrats who are hoping to retake control of the House in November. And President Biden and Donald Trump have agreed to 2 presidential debates. The first debate will be hosted by CNN on June 27th without a live audience. The second debate is scheduled for September 10th, hosted by ABC News. The campaigns opted to arrange the debates directly with the networks instead of the Commission on Presidential Debates, which has set up every presidential debate since 1988. If the debates go ahead as planned, June's event would be the earliest ever presidential debate and come before either candidate is officially nominated at their party's conventions. And those are some of
Yeah, so they get to have a debate before they even get nominated. It's like there's no other options. Like you would think that it would be, you could put in the other people who are running and let them debate, get on the debate stage so they can have some kind of chance. Like, but again, it's just giving the people, that there's only 2 options, 2 viable options. People probably don't even know there's anybody else running. Let me read some comments. It says, protesting against brutal genocide and 75 years of apartheid and occupation is a moral responsibility. Another one says, Amy, thank you for your honest reporting and atrocities committed against the Palestinians by Israel. Every time I watch what the Israel government is committing with the complicity of Biden administration, I get angrier and angrier at his policies. It could never in good conscience vote for him or anyone else except Dr. West. See, there goes another person that's running for president, but he's not going to get to be up there on a debate stage, so the people aren't even know. Comment, it says, stop the sociopaths. Another one that says, any law firm that bars these students from being employed needs to be exposed and sued. Another one that says, bless you, Lily Greenberg, for standing up against genocide. Another one that says, support South Africa to get Netanyahu to justice now. Another one, applause to the students who are standing up against a future of totalitarianism, authoritarianism, censorship, and fascism. Long live the resistance. Another one, keep going, young people, straight to the top and take this country back from the millionaires and billionaires in the military complex. One more. Oh my God, the resignation letter of that Jewish brave woman who clearly shows the genocide should be read as a lesson. I don't know if I have the air condition too cold, but I'm chilly. Chilly. Ha, he, ha-choo. Let's look at Insta real quick. Wait, let me see. Was it something on here I wanted to do? Let me check. How long ago was that? May 17th. Oh, this might go with the China thing. Hold on, let's do a couple of these right quick. I think I got the air too low. Let's do this right quick.
So one of the arguments, though, is that companies like BYD are getting billions and billions of dollars in subsidies from the Chinese government, and that's not fair for American businesses to compete against. But let's actually have a look at the numbers and see what's going on. The U.S. government subsidized Tesla with $34 billion. BYD was subsidized by the Chinese government for $3.7. So the American company got subsidized 10 times more than the Chinese company. Out of the $119 billion in battery subsidies, GM here got about $21 billion. Here's another grant for General Motors, $7 billion. The truth is, the United States is subsidizing their electric vehicles way more than China is. So why are companies like BYD making cars like this for just $35,000 US able to outcompete the North American ones if the North American ones are actually getting more subsidies? It's not the quality of these cars. I've looked at the BYD cars. These are absolutely phenomenal. For just $35,000, this is way more than you get.
He's got his earphones back on.
And the build quality is actually really, really good. I'm surprised. Next, people say that the wages are really low for Chinese workers, but the wages have risen to where the average Chinese is actually making about $4,000 US per month. I've got a theory why we're subsidizing electric vehicles and not getting the results or the price of these ones. I think it's that North American companies are doing stupid stuff like $10 billion in share buybacks. And that share buyback from General Motors was in just Q4 of last year. $10 billion. So they get $7.5 billion to $20 billion in subsidies, and they spend $10 billion giving that money back to shareholders. The money isn't going to innovation like it should. The money seems to go to these bloated bureaucratic corporations where they take the money, give it to shareholders, or give it to executive bonuses or management teams that don't know how to build a car, get so complicated, convoluted, they just can't do business competitively anymore. And they don't need to. Instead of being forced to be competitive, being forced to actually spend the money on R&D and producing a high quality product, they just put a 100% tariff on anybody that can outcompete.
Yeah, so yeah, the stock buybacks, when you have an economy where you don't really have competition, you have this illusion of competition, and you have these monopolies in each sector, then you can do this thing where you do the stock buyback still and drive your stocks up and just, you know, as you know, everyone's happy. The shareholders are happy, the CEOs are happy. Uh, Everything is good. Except that they aren't creating innovative products. They're not creating. They're not putting money into research and development. So, I mean, this will work for a while until it comes to a point where the balloon pops, but see, what sucks about that is that when it gets to the point that the balloon pops, then the government is just going to bail them out because they're too big to fail. So it works. They got a viable future for doing this.
If you do it right,
doing business in a terrible way.
I'm gonna say, if you remember earlier in the show, we were talking about how the tariffs on the Chinese EVs were to make their end user cost to us, more competitive with American made ones. Well, you were asking, well, why can't we make them cheaper? We do. Maybe not as cheap, but 30,000, we say the $35,000, or we'll say the $60,000 car, we're adding $30,000 in tariffs because they can bring it over for 30. We're producing it for 40 and selling it at 60. They're producing it at 20 and selling it for 30. I mean, we're literally doubling our profit. They're willing to take 30% profit. We got to double it. We got to triple it. But again, a lot of it has to do with our initial costs, getting all of our workers and cost and all that. It still costs us more, but all these, we got the tariffs and all that. I mean, they're saying it's to make things equal, but our companies could still make them cheaper, still make a profit, just not as much.
Exactly.
Corporate profit ideal used to be 33%. If we're making 1/3 of a dollar for every dollar, we are in the gold area. 28%, I believe it was, and up, was like, we're making good money for a corporation. Now, if you're not pushing 40, 50% markup, if you're not pushing 60% markup, you're losing money. According to the guys that make $10 million a year salary.
Right. So, it's that model of that exponential growth. So they need that exponential growth. They need sales over last year.
They don't make
profit over last
year. A year. They don't make $10.2 million a year salary. They make $200,000 a year salary and $10 million in stock.
Or bonuses or whatever they're giving them. So,
bonuses, like I said, in stock.
Yeah.
So it not only does it enrich them, it benefits them to make that stock more valuable.
Right. So that makes sense for them and their own personal bottom line.
And then somebody sued because they caught a corporation deliberately making less profits. It was a dividend corporation that paid money out, and it deliberately made less money to give better products, better service, to give back to the customers and things. And a group of shareholders took them to court and won because it was their fiduciary responsibility to increase the profits of the stockholders and not the lives of the customers.
Right.
And because of that, that changed the whole corporate structure outlook. And that is why we went from, corporate guys, they're not too bad. They're getting their shit together to, oh my fuck, corporations are taking over the world. I mean,
that's just terrible.
The games that I wrote and played all through the 80s, the cyberpunk genre, things like that, corporations taking over the Demolition Man. We were talking about that, how corporations took over and things like that. And that is the crazy dystopia that we used to play as an imaginary game that I have watched in the last 40 years becoming reality. Corporations becoming more powerful than countries, slowly becoming more powerful than our own government.
I think that they've been more powerful than our government for a while. Let me read some tweet replies. This one, it says, Telsa did not get much government support. In fact, there was a loan in the early years, but they paid it back early with interest. They have sometimes been a tax credit, but that's not for Tesla. It's for the customer. In China, on the other hand, the government has been enormously supportive of their EV industry. Well, the guy in this video just said that the United States gives more.
A lot of those numbers of the stuff he was showing have been debunked about how much they were actually getting back and stuff like that. But the specific numbers are unimportant to the general fact that, like Pfizer, they're getting a shit ton of money from the government, and they're making profits on it and making crap ton of money, and they're not giving back. I mean, I'm assuming that's the message you're going with here. It's nowhere near as big as this guy's saying. Half of the numbers that he's using have been debunked, but the message is still true. The numbers are a lot lower, but they're still in the proportion of what the fuck, this is ignorant.
It's crazy.
There's filthy rich, there's ignorant rich, and he's trying to say this is ignorant stuff going on. And being filthy, disgusting, and ignorant, it's more in the disgusting category than the ignorant, like he's trying to say. But it's still, this guy making more money than anyone can spend in a lifetime of just consuming goods.
Let me read another one. It says giving $7,500 to a customer is basically the same as giving it to Tesla. Welfare for corporations. Yep. Another one, it says that is not why China rules the EV sector. If China does not allow buybacks, then this will harm Chinese firms and ultimately their economy. Buybacks exist for a very good reason, a reason 95% of people don't understand. Whatever, bro. Why you didn't explain why they exist for a very good reason? The very good reason is so that the CEOs can make more money.
That is the
CEOs make more money.
There's a perfectly good reason for buybacks. It makes sense in a financial point of view. Unfortunately, politically speaking and leftist, you automatically, on my statement, attempted to jump in and on it, which tells me you don't know, you're just feeling it. It's like everyone says, Trump, he got 7 bankruptcies. Yeah, he had 913 successful LLCs. None of his bankruptcies were complete and total bankruptcies. Oh, but they're bankruptcies. That comes from not understanding finance. And no offense, I am not a financial expert enough, nor do we have time to get into how the buybacks and stuff are good and bad and stuff like that. But allowed to the point where they have been done in the last few years, especially during that time where everyone was getting money and just trying to survive, took it to the, here's where we talk about the letter of the law and the spirit of the law. They're following the law, but what has happened recently is not what the law was about, if you understand that. And yeah, buybacks, bankruptcy, they are all good, reasonable, understandable things in the finance world. But when taken advantage of to the point that they have been, they're not. They actually start to cause more harm. But that's just like you trying to sit there and make sure everyone goes, well, even AOC says something good every now and then. That's the same thing. There are a good reason for buybacks, but it's when you go into what you need to know for your economics, what you need to know for yourself, what you need to build a business, what you need to build a corporation, and blah, 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 that's a couple of levels above. And as a nation, the United States are completely ignorant about finances. I mean, at a personal level, much less 3 steps into corporate level after building 2 or 3 other business levels. Mm-hmm. So yeah, his statement is true, but at the same time, he doesn't explain enough of the situation, which again, you can't really explain. You can't. Okay, I'm just going to say you need to be more open-minded about trying to understand what the situations are instead of closed-minded about you don't like it because of the way it sounds.
Okay.
That's all I can sum it up to be.
The next comment, it says buybacks used to be illegal in the U.S. until the 1980s.
Not true.
Another comment, it says, I tried to find out about this because I remember Elon used to reject subsidies, but after IRL Tesla was eligible and got the subsidies, but not much for only EVs themselves. It's broken down into many projects, e.g. Tesla plants, Tesla battery, Solar City, SpaceX, Optimus, etc. It says, and he's built these companies with the help of billions in government subsidies. Tesla Motors, Inc., Solar City Corp, and Space Exploration Technologies Corp, known as SpaceX, together have been benefited from an estimated $4.9 billion in government support, according to data compiled by the Times.
Absolutely. Absolutely. He is a master at raising business through government subsidies and government programs. Why does this make him a bad person? Why is everyone so angry? What? I mean, hey guys, Pfizer, who still has control over you and your body, by the way. I mean, why isn't anyone pissed at them? They're invasive to you to the point where the government took your body and autonomy away from you. But everyone's mad at Elon because he's not left.
Well, we were talking about
sold a large chunk of his. Everyone says, "Oh, you don't pay taxes. Millionaires don't pay taxes." He sold billions of dollars worth of stock and became the largest single taxpayer in American history. And yet everyone still wants to fucking hate on him.
We weren't talking about Elon Musk. We were talking about
they were talking about
EV cars. Yeah, EV, but in the context,
all of that right there, his entire thing, all those stats he was showing He was concentrating on Elon on that.
I don't think so. We were
There was
talking
an
about
entire
China.
an entire line of subsidies specifically to him. And then when you went into the comments was going about it too. I'll be back.
Check this out. I'm not gonna play this whole thing.
20 years ago, the US and UK invaded Iraq. Today, Tony Blair is free to go on television, has made a huge amount of money, the same with George Bush. At the same time, Julian Assange languishes in Belmarsh prison because he told the truth about this war. There is something deeply wrong with the society with those kind of priorities. When you look at the people who brought us the war in Iraq, the people who used everything at their disposal, the state machine, parliament, the media, when you look at what all those people did, nobody has faced any of the consequences. Even when the Chilcot report reported, Tony Blair set up his own press conference, paid for by the immense wealth which he now has, the many houses that he has. He was made envoy for peace in the Middle East. He was given a knighthood last year. Whereas all the people who told the truth about the war, the people who marched, what happened to them? The Muslim community penalised by the prevent system for telling the truth and for standing up for their rights. The people like Julian Assange, imprisoned in Belmarsh for all these years for telling the truth. I remember Tony Blair, the day of February the 15th, when we had so many people marching in London. He said, even if 1 million people march in London, that's not as many as Saddam Hussein killed. Well, the war in Iraq ended up killing more people. He talked about human rights. This is about democracy. It's about getting rid of a dictatorship. After he stopped being prime minister, what did he spend his time doing? Advising dictators. The truth is, all of these were lies. All of them were things where they said, we are going to make things better, and actually they made it worse. And not just in Iraq. In the last 20 years, armament worldwide, amount of money spent on military has doubled. Nearly $2 trillion are now spent on arms every year, making the world a much more dangerous place. We've now got conflict, not just between dictator in the Middle East and the biggest imperial power in the world, the United States. We've now got effectively a proxy war in Ukraine between two major imperial powers, and both of them with nuclear arms. We've got the much more real possibility of war with China. Again, this will be a nuclear war and therefore the devastation of humanity. So exactly the opposite of what we were told 20 years ago has turned out to be the case. It's a more dangerous world. Iraq's a much more dangerous place. We have far more refugees than we had then. Taliban in Afghanistan back in control. Terrorism has grown. And indeed, where did ISIS and Al-Qaeda come from? Well, in Iraq, they came from British-occupied Basra province, where they were formed in prison, where many Iraqis were imprisoned. And the shameful thing is that the people who created the war are still being given awards, are still making huge amounts of money, and in the case of Tony Blair, is still being invited onto the BBC to give his views on absolutely everything, instead of being in the dock at The Hague, which is where I think most people in Britain would like him to be. From the very beginning, from the time he went to Bush's ranch in the spring of 2002, Tony Blair was absolutely fully committed to every aspect of the war in Iraq. He lied about the existence of weapons of mass
hold on here for a
destruction,
quick
which have
second.
never been found.
Go ahead.
I have to point something out, that Baby Bush was never in charge. If you do your research on every foreign dignitary that came into the country, every big major thing that went on, one of two things happened. They went down to the Bush Ranch down here in Texas, or Daddy Bush went up there for an official event. It's almost like if you cross-reference major business deals and Trump with the golf ranges, every time something national happened, he went golfing into his one in New Jersey, and every time something international happened, he was golfing down in Florida. So when the Chinese guy came in, the leader of the whole thing, he didn't even stop in Washington first. He came to the Bush Ranch and then went on the political tour. So I really think that during the Bush, it was Daddy Bush running everything, because George Bush was a very comical guy. And if you look at him, he kind of looks like the guy on the cover from Mad Magazine.
Well, the point of this is that, you know that you ran by criminals when the whistleblowers are the ones that go to jail, and
this is
the
a new
people
thing
who
to us, though.
commit crimes are the ones that are your leaders and get statues and shit.
When I was growing up, the whistleblowers were heroes. I grew up in the 80s, the 70s, the late 70s was when I first started getting aware of stuff going on. The 80s, whistleblowers were the shit, man. Everyone was learning about all of this, how things were going on. And sometime around 2000 or so, when the internet started reaching the beginning of the first peak, all of a sudden, whistleblowers were not so cool anymore.
Yeah, it's the bad guy. They're like, who snitched? Oh, that dude snitched. Get that dude. Lock him up. Make an example out of this guy.
It went from burying the low guy on. It went from burying the low guy on the totem pole to burying the guy that told the truth. I mean, at least some justice came out of when they buried the low guy on the totem pole.
Yeah, the scapegoat. No, man, it's now it's the major criminals are the ones who's running the show, and they never get held accountable. And if somebody snitches on them, then they're the ones who go to jail. And everybody backs that shit up. I don't get it. I don't get how so many people can be, supportive of a system that criminalizes, people that's trying to, publicly tell the truth about things. You have a criminal society when that's the case.
Because they didn't exist, and there were all sorts of people who said so at the time, including the UN weapons inspectors, who you might think would be people who did have some particular knowledge about this. This was all dismissed by Blair, by Alistair Campbell, when they devised a dossier. And this is the man who promoted the dossier. It was over the Evening Standard that day. Iraq can attack Britain in 45 minutes. I think a period of silence from Alistair Campbell would be welcomed by everybody, instead of which he seems to be in podcasts and on couches all over the TV studios. This tells you something about the lack of integrity and the lack of morals of so much of our media coverage. I think the media role was very, very important. And again, that hasn't really been held to account at all. If you look at the broadcast media, particularly the BBC, it was an absolute disgrace. I remember Andrew Marr, who was the political correspondent, who just after the war started said Tony Blair had won this argument.
He said that they would be able to take Baghdad without a bloodbath, and that in the end the Iraqis would be celebrating. And on both of those points, he has been proved conclusively right.
Nope.
And it would be entirely ungracious, even for his critics, not to acknowledge that tonight he stands as a larger man and a stronger prime minister as a result.
20 years on, this is so important because it's not just about the past, it's not just about the present, it's also about the future. And this question of war is going to become a bigger and bigger question over the next 2 or 3 years. The project for a new American century was essentially about trying to redraw the world on pro-US lines. American hegemony had to be maintained and had to be extended. Many of Bush's key advisors were people who were part of that project. They could see that China was a rising power. It's a rising power economically. It was also becoming a major military power. China is today the second biggest military power in the world. It has long been a permanent member of the UN Security Council, and it has long been a nuclear power. So the project saw the threat of China as a very real one. And they wanted to change the politics of the Far East, of the Pacific, in terms of the rise of China and to strengthen the United States in that region. They also wanted to redraw the politics of the Middle East, and that particularly meant boosting Saudi Arabia and Israel as their two closest allies in the region against Iraq and against Iran, and that's a policy that's continued. The Middle East itself, there are very few democratic governments, and that is to do with the way in which imperial powers decided on a particular form of government which really didn't care about democracy. They were concerned with having regimes which were closely connected to them politically, economically, and militarily, and that's what's been created. Yes, Saddam Hussein was a dictator. He was a dictator who was put into power through the acts of the United States, but he was by no means unique in that region. Saudi Arabia, for example, has been engaged in a war against Yemen for 7 years. No question about regime change. The murder of a journalist carried out at the behest
Khashoggi.
of members of the Saudi royal family. Nothing is done. You know, we're talking here about extremely undemocratic states. The British government, the United States governments are perfectly happy to work with those people as long as they keep the area secure for oil profits. That's the bottom line. We had many, many Iraqis in this country who campaigned with us against the war in Iraq, not because they liked Saddam. Actually, they had suffered, they'd been put in prison, they'd suffered terrible torture, they'd suffered all sorts of things at his hands. So they knew exactly what was going on, but they also knew that the war was not going to make it better for ordinary Iraqis. Actually, it would mean, as it has meant, a breakup of the country, a complete destruction of lives, of livelihoods, of huge numbers of refugees who are treated appallingly when they get to any of the countries that were involved in the war, the impact of things like depleted uranium, all sorts of terrible things that the Iraqi people have suffered. Perhaps the most shocking one was the revelation of what happened in the Iraqi prison of Abu Ghraib, where American troops were torturing people, were photographing them in the most degrading way, were treating them like animals, were doing all these sorts of things. This is not only in contravention of every international legal agreement about the way in which prisoners of war, or indeed any prisoners, should be treated.
Anyways, we get the point. Let me read some.
No, I was watching all that in real time, man.
Tweet replies. Let's see. Nothing. Basically, Julian Assange, you know, he paid the price and is paying the price and continues to pay the price for trying to, you know, spread truth. As a result of that whole situation. Really sad. Man, I think I'm gonna get out of here, bro. It's almost 3 a.m. My job is still out of power, man.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I've been the event happened on Thursday, right? And the power went out,
Yeah.
and we haven't. They've been doing only takeout since then. I haven't been to work since Thursday, and it really, really sucks.
We lost power and closed an hour early. We're all gas, so we were able to at least finish out the people who were there. And I got lucky. I only made $20 on Thursday night.
Yeah, I didn't make nothing. I didn't get set. I was on the patio, and that's where the storm fucking hit.
Oh, dude, I would have called them. And said, "Do you really need me to even come in tonight?"
Yeah. So yeah, this really sucks, man. Like a large parts of the city is still without power, and I saw a message that said they may not be able to restore power to all those parts of the city until Wednesday. Man, I hope that's not the case for where I
Wow.
work at. Really, really
That
sad.
makes I'm not understanding because you work in one of the highest tax areas of the city. You're
That's the
on a
same thing I was
priority
thinking.
circuit.
That's the
You're
same
right
thing I
down
was
from the
thinking.
the hospital. No, the hospitals
There is
are
a
on the
hospital
other
right
side of
there.
Gessner, which is a
It's,
different. Okay, so if you're near a hospital, you're on a priority circuit.
yeah, the hospital is right there. I
They
mean, it
have
is on the
backups
other
and all
side, but
that, but it's on the other side of what?
of Gessner, you're right. It's on the
I-10?
other. I'm on the other side of Gessner, not on the
No,
other side
yeah.
of I-10.
Get okay.
It's on the same side of
Gessner
I-10, but
Gessner is the circuit line.
yeah.
So east
Well,
and west of Gessner are two different circuits. The
either
hospital's
way,
on
it's.
primary, but still you
I'm
should be on secondary
surprised.
or third because you're on the mall side and the mall generates a shitload of tax income, which means
Yeah.
they need it to be open as quick as possible so people can spend money.
Yeah, we're right next to the mall, and so yeah,
That's what
it's
I'm saying.
surprising to
You
me
guys should be well, no,
that
you're
they're out.
third over people in need. Anywhere
Well,
that's
the
got an
damage
old
must
folks
have
home
been
in the area.
the damage must have been pretty bad there because like I was there at work and I swear it seemed like I never saw a tornado before in person, so I don't really know what it would look like, but it sure as hell seemed like a damn tornado went right over the restaurant. You know what I mean? It got dark like all of a sudden,
Okay.
and then the wind started
So
blowing. It was like,
did it get quiet for a quick second and it just kind of like
I don't know because I
and then
did.
feel
I
like all
wasn't.
the pressure just went away for a second?
It did feel like all the pressure went away because it was sudden. It was
Yes,
like
you were near the formation of a tornado. Yes, I've been in quite a few, more than I
yeah.
should have ever been in.
So well, it must have been the
Actually,
damage
about
must have been
7,
bad.
but
And
then again,
if the damage
I've
is,
lived in the South all my life.
that's the reason why they haven't been able to restore the power there. It must have been really bad damage that happened over there. It's unfortunate. It really is. You know, the job I work, I don't get paid nothing if I don't go to work. So, you know, these bills
Yeah, there
coming.
are no off days. If you take a vacation, it's a cool. You don't get paid during your vacation.
Yeah.
Say we work food service. We don't get health. We don't get IRA. We get $2.13 an hour, and if you don't make it, if you don't make the money off the tips, well, too bad.
Yeah,
we got
that's
extra.
what I'm trying
We
to
got
get
extra
by.
shifts. Say we got extra shifts if you want them, as long as you don't go into overtime, because we don't want to pay you $5 an hour.
I'm feverishly trying to get away from doing this crap. I finished my application for Texas teachers so I can get certified, and hopefully soon I'll start that program and start working towards that. I'm hoping by the spring I'll be on somewhere. That's still a good 6+ months out. So I gotta scrape on by and pay for school and pay these bills and get to that point.
Hey,
It is what it is.
That. I got a car I can't afford. I have to drive just to pay for it.
I've registered for the last 5 classes I have to take, bro. Like, I should be graduating in December. All I gotta do is pass these last classes, and I'm done. I'll be walking across the stage. So that's where I'm at.
$52,000. If I had $52,000, I could get my degree from Columbia. I've already got all the things. I just have to pay for it all. I did it when they were doing the free classes during the pandemic. You get credit for all the classes, but you have to pay for them to get credit. Otherwise, they're just what is it? Observed. What do they call that? Audit classes. But as long as if I pay for them within a certain amount of time, they'll actually be graded classes if it was a graded class. And I got classes at Cornell. I got a couple of them actually because there was nothing to do except take classes and read and try not to get kicked offline because you said something wrong.
Yeah, man.
That's when I learned you need 5 accounts to actually be able to be online and not get kicked off.
Yeah, that last video I played showed some images that could get me got. So hopefully it doesn't. That's kind of part of the reason why I stopped it. I didn't know what all they was going to show on there. But anyways, man, I got to get out of here because I'm feeling myself kind of delirious. I'm at 5 hours now.
No problem.
Yeah, so appreciate you being here, by the way. Peace and love.
Been a bit. Like I said, I've been having to drive to survive, you know. Lyft sucks. Yeah. I hate having other people in my car that I don't know, but
gotta do what you gotta do.
The car literally pays for itself.
Yeah.
With 10 hours a week.
That's good.
And I can listen to podcasts in one ear while I'm driving.
That's good. Yeah, let me get out of here, man. Peace and love. Thank y'all for joining. Thank y'all for listening. And we'll be back.